Welcome in, everybody. How are we doing out there in the Twitchverse tonight? I hope you guys are having a good day. I've had a bit of a weird day myself. Not the most productive day. I was up until 7 in the morning, and then I went to sleep, and then I woke up fairly recently. So I got a lot done last night, but then I woke up this morning, I was like, oh, I gotta do stuff. We're gonna do some hobby stuff. I thought like, maybe not do any hobby stuff tonight. But you know what? I didn't have like a particular project that I was ready to jump into. But you know what I have? I have a lot of little things. I have a lot of just little hobby tasks and small paint jobs that have been falling by the wayside. So we're gonna take the opportunity to play a little bit of catch up tonight in the few hours that we have menial hobby task stream finally at long last. Project Dark Fox at 20 months. 20. Do you like the incredibly distracting t-shirt? This is the wife got this for me. It's my my Calvin t-shirt. It's like the t-shirt that Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes wears. That was the logic behind it, and by God, I'm wearing it. 20 months. 20 months. I have no words. I have no words. I'll tell you what I did do today. Project Dark Fox, thank you so much for that resub, man. I really have so much to thank Project Dark Fox for, in addition to just like subscribing to the channel is the least of the support that Project Dark Fox gives me. It's unbelievable the amount of time and mental energy the PDF has put into the stream. Thank you so much, my friend, for being here, for supporting me, and for being such a huge part of the stream and this community. I cannot thank you enough. On the other hand, did I see Walter's Workshop? I see Walter's Workshop in there. Did I see him say something? No, that was Rockin' Robin. Why did I think that Rockin' Robin was Walter's Workshop? You know what it is? Because both their names end with Workshop. I saw Workshop, and I just thought Walter. I don't remember what I was going to say. You know what it was? I was going to make a joke at Walter's Workshop's expense. But now that I see it's Rockin' Robin, it would be inappropriate and I would feel mean. So I'm not going to do that. Look at all the restraint that I have. Do you see how mature I am? Do you see how I've grown? Ah, cha-cha-cha. Who have we got tonight? Mr. Squarepeg, welcome in. PDF, of course. Thank you so much, John. Oh, Time Stop. Good to see you, man. Sehul Pinu. How you doing today, man? About to do some moving into the new place. I'm glad to hear that's working out for you, man. Shock. Good to see you as well. Of course, Rockin' Robin, as we have mentioned. I was also up to 7 a.m. as well. You know what? Great minds don't get the right amount of sleep. I think that's the saying, isn't it? I'm pretty sure that's at least a saying. It's somewhere out there. If it's not, we're going to make it one. It is now. It is now. Gimishkar. Our baby has a red and brown Freddy Krueger onesie. That's called raising him, right? Is what that is. I get him the hat and a bladed glove. And have them kill other children. And they'll just basically be Freddy Krueger at that point, right? Oh, Hamburg Tack, welcome into you as well, Data Nerd. It's always a pleasure to see you. Roland says I suck. I'm not strictly disagreeing. I'm a little curious what specific thing makes me suck in this case, though, because I feel like it's something different every day. Hey, what's up, Tropic Asri? Good to see. Wow, we got a lot of good people in here tonight. I'm gonna open up a package real quick. I literally just got this before the stream started. I'm gonna open it up on this camera so I don't accidentally flash my address, which I've done in the past. So, as many of you know, I've been updating and upgrading my game room that I have to make it into a streaming game room so we can start doing some streams that are actual games. I ran the first test of this a few weeks back when Hethrir was visiting me, and it suffered a catastrophic failure, and I didn't even succeed at recording any video, let alone streaming anything. Since then, I went into a cycle of troubleshooting, over the course of which I discovered the USB 3 card that because it's an older motherboard, it doesn't have any USB 3 ports in it. I had to use a PCIe USB 3 card. because my Lumix G7 can only be routed through USB 3. If you try to put it into 1 or 2, it's just like, nope, 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 way too much. So I got kind of a cheap USB 3 card, and it sucked. It sucked. Now we're gonna do a Storm Report. We might start a little bit later than usual, just so I can get some things done. But we are gonna do it. I hated that fucking card. I tried to make it work so many different ways. I spent so much time in Device Manager. I kept getting the error code 10, could not start device. At first I thought it was just an issue of getting the right drivers, but it was... Without going into every detail of the troubleshooting, this fucking card was such a huge pain in my ass, and I could not get it to function. So, we got a new one. Came in today. I'm going to get this put in the PC out there tonight. I'm going to run another test of my camera setup out there, and we are going to get some fucking game streams going, guys. I've put so much work into that place. I can't wait. I can't wait to show it to you. I can't wait to share it with you. Also, Matt Yee has been making noises about doing some gaming streams, and if I don't beat him to the punch, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. If I don't beat Matt Yee to the punch, then I fucking quit. Look, you have to set achievable goals in this life, okay? And our goal for this stream is to be better than Matt in every conceivable way. Every time he does something, I'm gonna do the same thing, but a little bit better. So we're gonna get it done. I know he's not hearing me right now because he's actively streaming, which is why I feel comfortable saying these things. But yeah, I'm excited about this. This is a much nicer card. I tried to get one of the USB 3 cards that doesn't require a SATA power connection, and I feel like that was a mistake. Because I don't want to go into all the problems I had with that stupid thing, but it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Seeing me in stripes doesn't feel... I don't wear stripes very often. This is unusual for me. I'm giving it a shot. It's a Calvin stripes. That's why I'm wearing it. War Master, how you doing, man? Oh, I already answered that question. For some reason, I was just reading chat the second time. You named your son Grayson? Oh my god. That's... you know what? That's fine. That's fine. That's obscure enough. That's not like those poor girls out there right now who during the heyday of Game of Thrones got named Khaleesi. I feel so much. I feel for those girls. I truly do. That's not even her fucking name. Oh, it's just terrible. Captain Gingerbeard, how are you doing tonight? Everybody's talking about the stripes. It's all about the stripes tonight. We're having a very stripy day. Isn't there a book about that? Great Expectations? Wait, about what? I know Great Expectations. Weirdly enough, Great Expectations is like the one Charles Dickens book that I've read multiple times. It probably does. I think they're broader, but he's a cartoon, and I'm a grown man. If Calvin grew to full size as an adult, he would wear a t-shirt like this. Finally caught a Steela stream this morning. I saw you there, Captain Gingerbeard. I was lurking. Yeah, I think I made like 1 or 2 competing with Maggie. He can be my Clovis. Or is he? I see Matt Yee as more of a Miss Havisham, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I was in Steela's stream, and yeah, she was putting together a Kingdom Death model, which Captain Gingerbeard, if you haven't seen, I have one. You know what? Fucking... There. Does this complete the look for you? Is the image... Yeah, now I just need some hair. No, I figure if Calvin grew up, he would start shaving his head and he would grow a beard. And then this is very accurate. It is almost Halloween, after all, and apparently I'm Calvin. This Halloween. Exactly. It's like it's the exact way that Hobbs is drawn as far as the stuffed animal. In the comics, too. Oh, Coral, hitting that 21 months. Christ, in January we're gonna hit 24 and then I'm gonna feel old. Been streaming for 2 years. What am I doing with my life? Good things. Good things overall. I'm gonna set this guy over here. He can sit right there for the duration of the stream. You have to pardon me for 1 second. I gotta eat a couple small pieces of pita because I didn't have any breakfast. Just a little pita and hummus. Hey, what's up, Hypnotic Mom? How you doing? Pita and coffee. This is healthy. If you were to grab a harpoon, you could join a 19th century whaling ship. I think, yeah, when she brought it in the other night when I was on stream, I said, like, what? Trying to get me to dress as the fucking Russian from The Punisher? And she rightly pointed out, she was like, that's red. That's, or white, rather. That's red and white, Chris. Ah, fuck. Oh, I'm doing pretty good, Hypnotic Mom. Thank you so much for asking. A bit of a false start today, so I'm just kind of getting ramped up here. We're gonna do a little bit of hobby upkeep. This will sustain me through for the next few hours. What's everybody working on today? I'm just gonna be doing some. I got a bunch of these little trees from Vergaderung. My second round of these. I'm gonna get some texture paste put down on these guys. I have a couple boxes of Conquest stuff that I need to build. Specifically these 100 Kingdoms Household Knights and these 100 Kingdoms Steel Legion. We'll try to get through at least one of those boxes. I have some 3D printed hex bases for Battletech that I need to do a little bit of dry brushing on. It's all kind of procedural stuff. Also, I kind of want to know if anybody's interested in this. I got this Dungeons and Doggies box some time ago. It was actually just gifted to me. I didn't buy it, and it's a very nice gift. I haven't painted it. I haven't even opened it in months and months, and I feel bad. I feel bad with this box of amazing, adorable little dogs sitting on my shelf, not getting any paint on it. So I think I'm gonna try to rehome it to somebody who really, really wants to dig in on it. There's some really, really nice minis in here. I'll pull them out and I'll show them to you here in a few minutes. You know, I thought about it, Asri. And I'd like to. They're nice minis. I have so much shit to do. I have so many models. Oh, time stop. I need to put those on Thingiverse. I have them right here. I'll show them to you. The little standee things. Yeah, I'm gonna get these posted to Thingiverse like tonight. I've actually already got it. I've got it done up on Thingiverse. I just need to hit publish. I have like Asri, if I'm burned out on terrain and mechs, I have so many other models I can pivot to at this point. I play too many games, is what it comes down to. Alright. Let's get to the desk. Let's do a bit of work, huh? The stripes are kind of distracting, aren't they? They create this real image in the lower right of the screen that's kind of hard to ignore. Oh my gosh, I got a bunch of... I got a bunch of cleaning and organization done on my desk. I went through and I did a thorough clean on a number of my dry brushes and other things like that this morning, so it hasn't been a complete waste of a day. At least the clear sound of Jules. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Kellis, a very good evening to you as well. I hope you're having a good day. Unexpected. How you doing, man? How's things? This is, like I said, it's just about Halloween, and this is my Calvin costume. How many of us grew up reading this comic, by the way? Like, I couldn't even begin to estimate the number of fucking hours, the number of days I have spent reading the Bill Watterson collections. Kruger and Hobbs. Oh, that's dark. I don't like that at all. Here are the standees. They're pretty tight, and the one thing that's slowing me down on actually releasing them is whether I want to loosen them or not. They're tight to the point that you really have to jam them down in there, and then they hold really, really firmly. I might loosen them just a teeny bit before I post the files, but just, you know, you can slide it down in there and it holds it nice and secure and kind of levels its feet out. These are actually really nice. I was just, you know, I saw somebody post about their Wave 2 Battletech that came in, and they were like, they showed the sheets of standees. Like, I have 1 billion standees now, and I'm thinking, we've got these things, we might as well be using them, and this makes it just a little bit nicer. The Far Side is a truly, yeah. You know what I had? I think a lot of us had Far Side calendars. I don't know that I ever had a full book of Far Side that I ever just sat down and read like I probably did, but what I really remember is Far Side calendars. I feel like I always had one of those. WJ, it's good to see you, man. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, let me get my synthetic brushes sorted out here. I got all my brushes, my brushes. I got all my brushes pretty decently cleaned, and that there was a stack of them that really desperately needed it. There's my Phalanx synthetic. There, you can go in the Windsor and Newton pot, and my synthetics go over here. I need to get rid of some brushes. I've got some that don't belong in there. It's like, yeah, it's my Calvin and Hobbes. This is just, you know what? This isn't a costume. This is who I am. It's not a phase, Dad. I love my Hobbes, by the way. Here is Dungeons and Doggies. By the way, I'm not sure exactly what I'm gonna do with it. I want to move it to a home that's gonna love it, because these are great minis, and I know that a lot of people would be really, really psyched to build, or not to build, you don't have to build them, but to paint these. And I just don't see myself getting to it, so I'm thinking we might do a giveaway for these, just to get it out there. They're adorable little figures. And they're good quality, too. I personally like the St. Bernard. Hang on, I think it says what they're supposed to be. Someplace on the box. They all have classes associated with them, though. They're very detailed. There's a corgi in here somewhere. Where is he? Oh, there's a little French bulldog. He's got a little sword on him. And little pouches. They're adorable. They're adorable figures. An excuse to add doggos to your campaign, or just play as doggos. There, I knew there's a corgi and a chihuahua. The chihuahua, I think, is a rogue, Yeah, because he's wearing a little leather hood and he has a dagger clenched in his teeth. Is there a pit? I'm not seeing a pit. I don't think they did a pit, which is a little bit of a shame. I like pits. They're pretty dogs. And there's a little corgi. He's got his adventuring gear on. He's just a little fella. They go up as large as the Saint Bernard. It's a neat set. And I think we're just gonna not to celebrate any special occasion, not for any sort of promotion or anything. I think we're just gonna do a giveaway on this to get it into the hands of somebody who's more likely to paint it. Here, this is a better way to visualize it. They've done it for me. We have a Mastiff Bard, Husky Paladin, Blue Heel Ranger, German Shepherd Druid, Saint Bernard Cleric. We have a Beagle Barbarian, a Cocker Spaniel Bard, a Pomeranian Monk, which is an adorable figure, Golden Retriever Wizard, the Chihuahua Rogue, Corgi Warlock, French Bulldog, doesn't have a class, it's just a French Bulldog, and then the Dash. He's a sorcerer. Yeah, that's amazing. And I was just noticing this illustration of the Chihuahua Rogue. That's a delight. That is a delight. There are a couple of good illustrations on this box. His class is French. Yeah, so we'll be doing that. Alright, let me get this over here. I'm going to be throwing down a little bit of paint today, so let me go ahead and get my palettes together. Like I said, we're going to be doing a lot of boring shit tonight, fellas, so I hope you don't mind too much the upkeep of our hobbying. Yeah, I'm going to be putting some texture paste down on those guys so that I can get them primed. I do have to show off, for those of you who have been following some of my recent terrain building, terrain sculpting and printing, here is the primed and ready to paint, which I'm going to be getting started on this soon, 90mm high plateau terrain piece, which I'm feeling pretty good about. Everything came out nicely. I blasted the ever-loving Christ out of it with filler primer, and it actually got a really nice texture on top of it. And I need to get a black primer coat down on this. This is the second piece. This one's 60mm high. A little bit of a different shape to it, kind of more of a horseshoe. I did some of these. This, you know what this was? This was me learning how to cut holes in meshes and have them be nice and clean and still print well, which is oddly not as simple as you would think it is. Couple little pieces of spaghetti down here I need to cut off, but I'm really pushing the overhangs here. And I did that on purpose. I wanted to see how far I could take it. A little bit of drooping. Yeah, the spaghetti, just a little bit. Not much, and it's all at such an angle that it's like, when this is on the table, you'll never see that. It shouldn't be much of an issue. I had a little bit of a curl right here. This corner curled up ever so slightly. Yeah, there you go. I like the way you think, WJ. The top texture came out pretty nice. The steps came out nice. I was kind of leaning into something that White Wolf had been asking me about, and making these steps significantly larger, so you can put larger based figures on them and have them still be pretty stable. We'll have one more terrain piece in this line being added to the lineup, and then these are going to be released as a 3-pack. The nice thing is, too, you can always take these and rescale them. You can make them taller, you can make them shorter, everything should scale nicely. What if you made the steps crescent-shaped? Do you mean like arced outward? It's an interesting option. It would give it more standing room, certainly. These steps were an afterthought that weren't a part of the... yeah, maybe, but it'll also limit the amount of support that they get. The steps being built into this is a concept I'm going to continue to develop. It's new. We just I sort of threw them on as an afterthought, so I'm gonna refine this a little bit more. The important thing about those, what they're originally designed for, even though we're expanding that to be other things, is it's designed for Conquest. So that you can have 3 full stands rest on top of this stably and securely without wobbling, and while also using the full footprint of the terrain. Few things irritate me about terrain more than when you have a wide footprint and the usable space is much, much smaller. This one, the only footprint that you lose is here along the steps, and even on those, like, it's large enough to support models. Up to 30mm bases. I can get these Warcaster 30mm bases to stand fairly stably on there. I think I want to make them a little bit larger, though. You do kind of have to put the weight of the figure over the step itself, and then there's a bit of overhang. They fit 25mm bases, but they're going to get a little larger. But, again, that was an afterthought of the design. The primary design thinking was on this top surface, so we're gonna improve that somewhat. Get my crossbowman off of here. Oh yeah, I did some basing on my Conquest, guys. You'll note, since I got my old Market Road bases done up, I went ahead and based my cavalry, which I gotta build some more of these guys to add to the fray. Oh, let's do some texturing now. Oh wait, need to cut this first. Alright, let's do stuff. Forgot wrong. Go into MS Paint and send me a little sketch of what you're talking about, because I'm curious, and I absolutely welcome the concept. I think what you're saying is probably an excellent idea. Let's get this wet palette sponge a little moist here. I've got old pennies in the corners, which in theory help to fight mold growth, the copper.
Here at Thunderhead Studios, it's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Sloppy's how we like it. Why is that corner not absorbing? It's odd. Well, I guess it is. Give this a little slicey slice. Narrow it a bit. And then get our length down. I should just make a template for this. I don't know why I haven't done that. Using hobby blades too. I gotta remind myself to order some of my curved hobby blades after tonight. It's still a bit wide. It's okay. It's easy to trim down. Just like so. It's gonna end up being a little bit long too. Stuff, parchment paper, when you get it wet, it will expand in one direction. So you want to cut it a little bit short usually, and I almost always forget to do that. Hey, Amateur Paint Hour. Yeah, man, that's my Calvin shirt. I got my Hobbs, too. I got the complete package. Because I'm doing everything else, and where am I so useless? Yes. I'm stretched pretty thin right now. I genuinely am. I'm gonna be taking, in November, around Thanksgiving, at least a week and a half off of the stream. I might as well let you guys know now. Towards the end of the month, we're gonna have about a week and a half where I'm not streaming. We're gonna miss at least 5. And it's just because I haven't, like, I've had missed streams here and there, and I've had one, like, 1 week break earlier this year. But I need a little bit of a break, just a week to kind of catch my breath and do some maintenance, update my overlays, change some things around with my stream deck. Just, you know, keep the stream reasonably maintained. We need those maintenance days. There we go. That's just right. Give it a little bit more water around the edges. How you doing, Amateur Pay Now? It's good to see you, man. Alright, wet palette is ready to rock. I'm going to cut one real quick for my oil palette so that it is also ready to go. I feel like I'm zoomed in quite a lot today. There we go. This, I'm going to go this way, right about there. Slicey slice. Wrap that around, roughly equidistant, and then that'll just magnetize. Oh, I got it upside down. The magnets go up. Oils for life. I am getting close, pun expected, to the point where I'm going to grab some of those unmixed pigments and some linseed oil and try out, because, man, the results that Wapelius gets with his fluorescent pigments is disgusting. I look at them and I'm just like, I've tried to do fluorescent paints before and they have never come out like that. It is crazy. Nice and clean. Please do. I'll be very curious to find out your experiences with that. Alright, palettes are good and ready to go, including this porcelain palette, which I'll be using a little bit of today. Get my skizzers out of here. It's nice to have a slightly cleaner desk. I say slightly cleaner because I've managed to dirty it in 15 minutes of use. Force compliment myself. At the very least, for all the things you've done and inspired, then go back to the Grumpy Cat, to be Grumpy Cat and hating on Pacific Rim 2. You know what? I've grown. I'm beyond hating on Pacific Rim 2. Pacific Rim 2 doesn't deserve my hate, because Pacific Rim 2 is meaningless. It's a soulless corporate product that nobody put any love into, so why should I give it any hate? I don't think it deserves it. I don't think it deserves it at all. I think it deserves to just be fucking forgotten, which, if I stop talking about it, most people will. Was it bad, pun expected? I'm sorry to hear that. Compliment myself. Oh, that feels weird. You know what? I got one, though. I'll tell you something I'm bad at, guys. As by way of complimenting myself, I'll talk about something I'm bad at. See how good I am at this? Oh, that coffee's cold. I'm bad at recognizing my own accomplishments for what they are. I have a very short-term selective memory when it comes to things that I've done, and I've had moments recently where I'm just like, I haven't done anything this year. I haven't painted anything. I'm not producing enough files. Like, if I want to take this seriously, I'm not doing enough of it. And you know what? That's not true. This year, I have grown as an artist in a large number of ways, both as a painter and as a 3D sculptor. And I need to take the time to recognize and appreciate that. It's hard to see because it's come in fits and starts, and I have to remind myself that I'm still very new to many aspects of this, and I'm entirely self-taught, so it's no surprise that it's taken me longer than some other people, but I'm proud of what I've done this year. I'm proud of what I've accomplished. I'm proud of what I've painted. I'm proud of how I've grown. I'm very happy with the last few paint jobs that I've done in oils. My Theist Priest, I think, looks really good. My Sanguinius, I think, looks pretty damned excellent. I'm working on adapting those to hard surface stuff. My acrylic painting stagnated a little bit, but I think that's why I jumped into oils, was to kind of diversify and keep up the interest, you know? But as far as complimenting myself goes, I have grown as an artist. I have grown as a person. I have made and developed relationships with some excellent friends right here on Twitch and through the Thunderhead Studio community. The Thunderhead Studio community has grown immensely. That's not really a compliment to me. I don't feel like that's me doing that. That is you, wonderful people out there, sharing your work with me, sharing your creativity with me, and my amazing mod team making all of that possible. That is just something that I'm grateful for. I'm much better at talking about things that I'm grateful for. Thank you, Captain Gingerbeard. I appreciate that. Merlin models. I don't have anything to hydrate with. Give me a second. I'm going to be using a little bit of Vallejo Earth Texture Paste today. Give me 1 second. Let me grab a beer real quick. I'll be right back. And Merlin models, we're just working on some hobby upkeep today, basically. Ooh, oh, that's something. Drinking this here New Belgium Triple today. 8.5% by volume. It's got a little kick to it. Ah. It's kind of you to say, Shock, but the community is... The community is just something that I'm honored to be a part of. I've said it before, and I'll say it many more times probably. I'm in a lot of Discord communities, and I am immensely proud that my own Discord community, which is a misnomer, it's not really mine, but the Thunderhead Studio Discord community is one of the most genuinely useful communities that I spend a lot of time in. There are a lot of communities out there that are only good for one or two things and aren't terribly active, but you people, you wonderful storm chasers make the Thunderhead Studio community into something that is worth being a part of. Yeah, go get a beer, Captain Gingerbeard. What are you doing? Alright, I'm just slathering texture paste on the bases here. After this is done, which is a pretty menial task, let it set for a bit, then I'll come in and I'll scrape off any that got someplace I didn't want it to be. Then we'll prime it black, and then we'll dry brush it up, along with the rest of the tree. Sometimes I'll build this paste up when I'm doing a larger figure, but at 6mm scale I tend to just scrape it flat. I'm glad you've had fun to Square. I said, I always try to take a moment here and there and sort of quantify what it is what am I trying to do? What are my goals? What are my values? What do I want to happen? What has to happen for me to say that this has been worthwhile? And I keep coming back to just if people are out there expanding their own hobby, expanding their own art, trying new things and making what they love, not because of me, but if I, in some small part, help to inspire them to keep going, that's worth it. It's all worth it. And I have been very, very honored to hear from a number of people that has been the case this year. Yeah, I didn't get to sleep until 7 a.m. Merlin models, so when I got up and it's almost time to stream, I'm just like, I'm not ready for any projects. I haven't done the prep work I need to do, but I have all these little things I need to work on that I haven't gotten to in a while. Let's just do some simple shit. This is an amazing Citadel product that I own. Do they still sell this? This Citadel sculpting tool? Because I bought this in like 2004. I usually talk shit about their tools, but I guess I should recognize I have owned this for, 15 years, and I have used it for countless tasks. Don't believe they sell it any. Of course they would discontinue one of the most useful items they have. That's just like Games Workshop, isn't it? Free Battle Pass on November 4th, as well as a new gun for every class and a new faction with their own mission. Wait, DRG? Oh, Deep Rock Galactic. Alright, well thanks for letting us know, Ren. Have a great night, man. Thanks for stopping in. My texture pot's a bit of a mess. Stepdad was a dentist when I was a kid. I got access to fun dental tools for sculpting. He has a lot of good ones. By the way, how you doing, Happy Heretic? It's good to see you. By the way, for those of you who use texture pastes on your bases, and maybe were introduced to them through Citadel, so you've been buying things like Sterling Mud, etc., I cannot recommend to you enough these Vallejo textures. There are a bunch of different kinds in different colors, and by volume, they're so much cheaper, and they're just as good. They're just as good. If not better in some cases. And there's a huge variety of colors and, like, sizes and mixtures of grit. One of my personal favorites is their Black Lava. I like the Desert Sand for 6mm because it has a very, very fine grain to it, and it can be scraped very, very thin. The matte gel base is also nice. I don't believe I've used that one. Vallejo makes great hobby shit, though, just in general. All their products aren't the best, but none of their products are really bad, except maybe they're like game washes. I don't really like those. I don't think they're bad, I personally don't like them. I know a lot of people who use them to great effect, so clearly if you're not incompetent, they are usable. It didn't used to be, Datron. It did not used to be that way. It used to be Citadel would bring tools that you would not otherwise find to the hobby store. Things that maybe other people made or were common in other industries but were difficult to find. They'd bring them to the fucking hobby store and they'd sell them at a reasonable price. Like this Citadel brand sculpting tool, which apparently they don't make anymore. But then they used to like sell green stuff. I'll tell you something they did. When this product was on the shelf, when I bought this, something that Games Workshop was doing that they don't do anymore, when you opened up your Warhammer 40k rulebook and navigated to the back behind all the rules and everything, and you got to the hobby section where they talked about, like, here's some good color schemes, here's the basics of how to paint your models. You'd find a section on terrain, and in that would be a hobby article on here is a bunker, and here's how you can build this bunker using supplies that you find around your house or pick up at your local hobby store. Some foam core board, or use some construction paper and back it up with some popsicle sticks. Do whatever you gotta do, but here's some blueprints to go ahead and make it. That would occupy the back, like, 1/8 of the book. You know what that section is now? Oh, if you own a Games Workshop book, you almost certainly know what's in that section now. I'm sure you've looked in it. It's just advertisements now. It's advertisements for their proprietary terrain kits and special rules that you can only use if you buy their version of everything. Don't build your own, buy ours. Now, I'm not saying I don't understand it. It's a good idea on their part. They're going to sell more product, they're going to make more money. But they used to have a focus on bringing this hobby to you, and now they have a focus on owning this hobby in as many ways as they possibly can. Also won't find them selling green stuff rollers or shaping tools anymore. Oh yeah, Happy Heretic. Oh, that was a good one. It did expose what I would call casual hobbyists to the supplies model builders have been using for years, but usually at a higher price. Made it so you could find it in a game store instead of looking for yourself. But I'm a bitter bitch, so don't give that much weight. See, and that would have been me at the time, Datron Voltari. I would have been the person who didn't know about those supplies, who only discovered them because Games Workshop was bringing them to the game store and pushing them in the back of their books. So that helped me find all of this. I think that there was value to that, and there was a little bit of a markup, okay, sure, but you know what? Convenience comes with a markup. Convenience has value, and they brought convenience. I'm not even going to say that they're wrong to do what they're doing now with pushing their own product. It makes sense, and you can make that same argument. Convenience has value, and they're pushing convenience. It is not untrue. Take this kit, glue it together, slap on some of our proprietary primers and paints, and you're done. One-stop shop at the Games Workshop store. It's fine if I didn't know what they had been before, if I didn't prefer the way they had been before. But that's true of so many things, where it's fine as long as you don't know how it was when it got started. It used to be better. Just want a copy of Cursed City. Guessing non-scalper price. Decided it'd be better to start saving for a printer. I agree. The printer will pay for itself almost immediately. Cursed City will never pay for itself. That's just money you've spent. Whereas the printer is either money you're gonna save or potentially money you can earn in the long run. You can make money with printers. My first 3D printer paid for itself within 6 months. My second 3D printer paid for itself in less than 1. I genuinely wish, and I'm going to give this advice to anybody out there who might be listening who's thinking, I'm about to get my first 3D printer and I'm excited to get started. I want you to do something. You don't have to, but I want you to do this because I think you're going to find it interesting. I want you to figure out what your current hobby budget is. I want you to figure out how much you spend on models and hobbies, not necessarily hobby supplies because you're still going to buy those, but models at least. Models, terrain, anything you're going to be printing. Take those costs and then measure your costs on the 3D printer. Keep a running tally over the course of a year and compare the two. I think it might blow your mind. Riot, sister.
Hello there.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is, yeah, thank you. Making sure I'm not putting any texture paste on my hobs. This is what we're doing today, apparently. I love this Hobbs. I'm actually glad I'm getting to this, because I was putting this off. And I need to do my second batch of trees so that I can mix in some more color. Almost done. 1300 6K resin printer will only take me 25 bucks to pay for itself. That's the thing, is I don't think... A lot of us in this hobby don't pay that much attention to how much money we're spending once we really get into it, but man, you can blow a lot of money on models. I'm not saying it's not worth it. I think it is. It's just that the advent of 3D printing, like, I spend very little money on models now. I feel much less bad when I go on to, like... I'm much more easily able to vote with my wallet as a hobbyist now. It was trickier before because I am a big indulger in retail therapy. I like buying new things, I like the new kit, I like getting the stuff. And the thing is that printing stuff on the printer it scratches that itch. It takes care of that psychological, probably unhealthy compulsion of mine. So when I go and I buy models from a company, I'm buying them because I've thought about it, because I really want it, and because I want to support that company, and not just because I'm a little depressed today. I'll be more depressed when I look and I'm like, oh, I spent $400. Whoopsies. Instead, the worst I've done is waste half a bottle of resin that cost me maybe, $40 for the bottle. Maybe I blew $20 on some stuff that I could technically resell. Big deal. Has everybody seen Dune yet? When's the moratorium on Dune spoilers gonna end? I think I asked this last time too. Like, is there one? I'm trying to be considerate, but are there such things as spoilers for stories that were written in like when did Dune come out? That was like the late 50s, early 60s? That was a long fucking time ago. I haven't seen a UK here. 1965. Okay, mid-60s. I knew it wasn't into the 70s. You know what? I can talk about the movie without giving necessarily spoilers for the plot. The most basic version of my view of the movie. It's fun. It's a good experiential film. In my opinion, it loses some of the nuance of the book. I don't think that's surprising. I think everybody expected that. I think it's almost impossible to adapt books perfectly while still conforming to the duration of a film that people will actually sit through. It's beautiful. It is gorgeous. It is bombastic. It is dramatic. These are all things that it should be. Visually, it's like it's a visual feast. If I can go ahead and quote every movie poster for the last 15 years, it is like a love letter written to the high-minded science fiction art of the 1960s and 1970s, and that part of it I love. It looks amazing. It is like I have no problems at all with any of the visual design. Everything they do in the movie is fucking beautiful. Every scene is a joy to look at. You guys know how I complain about Hans Zimmer. I don't really like him all that much as a composer. This is an example where his over-the-top, hyper-bombastic style fits the subject matter. Hans Zimmer does a fine job with the soundtrack in Dune. I think that this is just a case of the subject matter fitting the artist. So, hey, that works, and props to all of them for that. Hey, what's up, Lady B? It misses a lot of stuff. I really feel like I don't feel like the movie Dune, this new one, is a good adaptation of the book. How I feel about it is that it is a good companion piece to the book. So, if you watch it, and you like the story, you're gonna want to read Dune, or, alternatively, you're gonna want to watch the miniseries. And I know I've said this before on the stream, and I'm saying it again because we're gonna watch it. I have the miniseries on DVD. I bought it back in the early 2000s. I have the unedited version. There's an edited version out there where all the nudity is taken out. I have the unedited version. It's not like there's a lot of nudity. You just see some boobies and some male butts, mostly from the Fremen. But we're gonna watch it. It's 4.5 hours long in total. It is 3 parts that are an hour and a half long each. We are gonna watch it on Discord. I will let people know of what dates we're gonna sit down and do that. But particularly, like I said, if you like the movie, or if you want to consume this before you consume the movie, the miniseries is a much more complete telling of the story that is more faithful to the actual book. Just here for the nips. I hate two-part movies. I'll tell you the real problem that I have with the movie Dune. None of it is a problem with like the production design. I have a problem with the way they're approaching making it. I feel like it shows a lack of commitment and confidence. How many films would it take to do the original Dune novel if it was done line by line, scene by scene, shot by shot? 6 hours. I think you could do it. You could do it in 3 movies, and that's the thing. I've heard people say wild, unsupportable, crazy things about Dune. It's a masterpiece. It's the greatest thing ever to happen to cinema. It's the new Lord of the Rings. And I take issue with that. You're right, it does, Riot Sister. A lot of the novel happens in Paul's head, and a lot of the narration happens from Princess Irulan's writings, which are removed from the chapters. I don't think it's not a masterpiece. It's good. It's good. You should watch it. It's very, very enjoyable. It certainly isn't the next Lord of the Rings, and for one very simple reason, and this is why I lead into it. New Line Cinema and Peter Jackson didn't just have confidence in the Lord of the Rings. They wanted to make it. At least Peter Jackson did. Peter Jackson, what's her name? Philippa, I can't remember. Fran Walsh and Philippa, I don't remember her last name, wanted to make Lord of the Rings. It was a passion project. It was a project of love. And what they did was they filmed all 3 movies at the same fucking time and then released them in consecutive years. And that's, if you'll remember, in the early 2000s, that's how we got Lord of the Rings delivered to us. You went to the theater, you watched Fellowship of the Ring. 1 year later, you went to the theater, you watched Two Towers. 1 year later, you went to the theater, you watched fucking Return of the King. Boom, you got the whole experience. It's gonna be at least 3 fucking years before we see Dune Part 2. And that's not cool. It's a disappointment that it has taken such a step back from the accomplishment that Peter Jackson managed. And maybe it's more complicated than just saying they're gonna spend, like, you know, it cost a lot of money to make the movie. But at the same time, they cast a lot of people they didn't use very well, so... And I do want to say one thing. I want to pick a nit. Can I pick a nit? Do you guys mind if I pick a nit? And it is a nit, because it doesn't really affect the quality of the movie. It's just something that annoyed me in Dune. We're supposed to get Dune next year? No. Riot Sister, they didn't even confirm that there was a part 2 until very recently, and it's going to be probably at least 3 years before that movie. Like, the movie isn't made yet. They haven't made it. They have to film and edit and fucking do special effects on a whole movie. And that's not something they had to do with Lord of the Rings. They did it all at once. I was really bugged by the fights in Dune. And this is minor, and it probably doesn't matter. But the movie's PG-13. So all of the deaths in Dune are completely bloodless, first of all. And, like, it's not terribly obvious in the beginning, but after you get to, like, the fight between Duncan Idaho and the Sardaukar and stuff, it becomes more obvious. It's hard to do the combat in Dune because of the way that shields are supposed to work. The idea is shields repel kinetic force. So if you throw a punch or if you come in for a stab at a shield, it gets reflected off the shield with the same force that it came in. It's about speed and kinetic energy. So if you come in slow and you stop and then you slowly move the blade through the shield and into your opponent, as they say, the slow blade penetrates the shield. And they show this in the movie, and it's a classic, really cool concept. When it comes time to show them actually fighting, though, there's no thought put into that at all. There isn't, like... Because they would do stuff in the book like you would move quickly when you wanted to block. If someone was coming in with a slow blow, you could move your arm into it quickly, and that kinetic force would repel it. They don't do any of that. They just swing at one another. Just zoom, 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 zoom. And the way that it works in the movie is 2 men fight. There's no blood. There's not really much artistry to the fighting. They swing and swing and swing, and they glow blue because they're deflecting off the shields, and then one of them glows red, which is the shield being penetrated, and then they fall over and they're dead. But they're not slow moving. The blows that come in and penetrate, the ones that glow red, they're not stilted. They're not slow. It's just like, swing, 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 pick one. One of these is going to kill you. That's the one that glows red and then he goes down. And I'm like, ugh. Yes, and that's the other problem. This is the other problem that I had with the... And again, these are nits. These aren't really important. I'm just going to pick them because I know it. They did do the spinning penetrator bullet. Yes. Yeah, Datron Voltari, that bugged me. There's a particular scene when Duncan Idaho is escaping from the Atreides compound, and the thing that gets me is this is an unforced error. It is completely an unforced error, and it bugs the crap out of me. So in Dune, and this is something they leaned on in the movie, there are shields, as I just explained. In the movie, they decided that because of the existence of shields, I'm gonna build some of these Steel Legion, by the way. They decided that because shields exist, nobody uses guns anymore. Everybody uses swords, so everybody has a sword and everybody's knife fighting. And I'm like, okay, that's not part of the book. People still had guns. There were lots of reasons to still use guns, but you know what? It sets it apart visually and it creates some neat scenes, so I'm fine with it. But part of the rise of the shield is the fact that they also have laser guns. They have lasers in Dune. And in Frank Herbert's fiction, in his world, you never fire a laser gun at a shield, because when a laser gun, and correct, this is how I remember it, so someone can correct me if I'm wrong on the particulars. When a laser hits a shield, what happens is it sets off 2 explosions. It's not necessarily a nuke, Roland, it is 2 explosions of effectively mathematically random, extremely variable yields, but it sets off an explosion at the point of origin of the laser and an explosion at the shield. Both. It is always enough to destroy the target. It often goes up to nukes, Roland. It can be smaller than a nuclear blast, but it's always a pretty big bomb. The problem is, you don't know how big it's going to be, and a lot of the time it is essentially a thermonuclear explosion. And as a result, in the universe of Dune, you never fire a laser at a shield. Because you're going to fucking kill yourself and literally everyone around. They're essentially useless when people are using shields. So, because it's fictional technology, Vergataron, why do shields work? Well, you're asking silly questions. My problem is that there's a scene in the movie in which Duncan Idaho takes off in an ornithopter. The ornithopter's like really fucking cool, by the way. Takes off in an ornithopter, and this is where I'm talking about unforced error. They specifically show that the Thopter has shields by having it get hit by a couple of kinetic rounds, and they explode off of the shields and they don't damage it. And then he starts doing this action scene flyaway, and then Harkonnen ships start firing lasers at him and chasing him around in this action scene, and I'm like, what the fuck are you, huh? No, God, no. Why would you just don't show that the Thopter has shields and then use lasers? That's fine. But why are you doing this? And we know why, because it looks cool, and there's really no other thought put into it. And that was a little disappointing. But this is a nit. This doesn't really matter. This doesn't affect the quality of the film in any significant way. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. We're getting rated by Matt Yee? Oh, my God. In WJ, in Emperor Battle for Dune, if you fired a laser weapon at a shield, both would explode. I played the shit out of that game, man. I remember that. If you had like an Ordos laser tank and you fired it at a shield target, both of them would blow up. Matt Yee, how you doing, man? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How'd the rest of your build stream go, man? We're doing a little building ourselves. Working on some of these 100 Kingdom Steel Legion. Yeah, they're very, very cool looking figures. I haven't built any of these guys yet, so I'm just kind of making it up. Figure out build the torsos first, then the legs, and then put them together, and then worry about the arms. Yeah, it's true. Like, and this is something I try to be very honest with, Riot Sister. There's probably no version of Dune that would ever completely satisfy me, because I'm such a big fan of the book. But if I'm being completely objective, it's a great movie. It's a great movie. It's worth watching. In no way am I saying don't watch the movie or it's bad. It is a fan-fucking-tastic movie. It's not perfect. And maybe that's the one thing that I do take issue with, is when the movies like this come out and the reaction is invariably, it's the greatest movie that has ever been made. I went to see it. I had cancer when I went in. I sat down at the IMAX. I came out and my tumor was gone. Like, shut the fuck up. You would think this is what the movie did by the way people tend to react to things like this. And some of the shit that I see is just crazy nonsense. I don't know why we can't be objective. Well, no, that's a stupid thing to say. I know why we can't be objective. I don't know why we have to be so insanely hyperbolic. The Macross Missile Harkonnen Destroyer, yeah, that was cool. I did like that. All the visuals were good. The Ornithopters looked badass. The worms looked great. Most of the fighting looked pretty good. Unraveled, disheveled, and broken. Yeah, but then you did a stream. That's just you on a good day, Matt. What are you talking about? I heard you talking about Genestealer Cultists and why you think they're the best thing in the 40k range, and I have to say, I appreciated your commentary on that. I think that you're right. I see a lot of what you do in the range, and I agree. They're fantastic models, though I would contend that the Adeptus Mechanicus are not far behind if they're behind at all. Those are also a fantastic range of figures with a lot of really good inspiration to them. Starting a GSC army. Ooh, nice. You should check out Matt Yee's work. He's working on some right now. I hope you realize I'm just buttering you up. You're not gonna know. You are not gonna know when it is time to pay the piper. It's just gonna come upon you all at once. I always get headaches when I go to the cinema. I assume that's how you say it, Riot Sister. To the cinema. Everything with me is a transaction, Matt Yee. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily stop them. Just because something is unfilmable doesn't mean they won't try to film it. They'll usually just make up their own story, use the original story as a backdrop, and make a show out of it. Like certain Isaac Asimov properties. I'm not hating Foundation. I'm enjoying Foundation for what it is. I think the fact that it's so different from the book, like, kind of makes it okay to me. Because just right off the bat, the show's like, we're not doing the book, we're doing something else. And I'm like, okay, fine, then I'll just take it for what it is. I'll just take it as a space drama that has plot points and characters in common. Fine. Foundation is such a niche property, like, I barely even recommend people read it. It's great, I think people should read it, but at the same time, not everyone's gonna enjoy it. It's a lot of maths. It's a lot of speculative, high-minded math. Last movie I saw in theaters was The Suicide Squad. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Before that was Godzilla vs. Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong is an interesting movie. I'm not, like... I enjoy the action parts of it, but so many parts of the movie are, like, they're both stupid, but not stupid enough to make me like them. And then there's the fact that literally everything in that movie with Millie Bobby Brown is completely fucking pointless and irritating. And that's, like, you straight up just cut her out of the movie, save yourself 30 minutes. It's a better movie. You don't need any of the scenes with her in it. And it was done by Adam Wingard, who is an interesting director who's done a lot of projects that I really, really like, along with the writer Simon Barrett. He did You're Next. He did The Guest. He's done a lot of really, really cool properties. And Godzilla vs. Kong is like a movie that he did, like he's a straight up, like, director for hire. It felt like he didn't have any passion in it whatsoever. It was just like, well, I just gotta do this to make some money so I can go make something I actually want to make. I think he actually said something like that in an interview, where it's like, look, I made the fucking movie, even I don't like it that much, I just did it so I could make some money so I could do projects I want to work on. And I can respect that. If you have not seen the movies You're Next and The Guest by Adam Wingard and Simon Barrett, do yourself a favor and go watch them, because they are fucking phenomenal. At least in my opinion. I guess, you know, you might not like them. They're... what's the word I'm looking for? They're not campy. They're very, very stylistic. I guess The Guest is fairly campy. They're very entertaining, though. People go, the main focus is the kaiju is a justifiable excuse. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, WJ. If the main focus is the kaiju, make the main focus the kaiju. The movie spent almost an hour on human plots that I didn't give a shit about. And that's why I say, like, it was silly, but it wasn't silly enough. It didn't really embrace its subject matter in a way that would have made me happy. But apparently there's no pleasing me. So, you know, take all my opinions with a grain of salt. I love The Guest. The Guest is so much fun. Yeah, to Square, I agree. Like, a past tense documentary, but nobody would watch that. So I'm just enjoying Foundation for the dramatic show that it is. It's fine. It's a fine television program. I'm enjoying the drama with Brother Day, Brother Dusk, and Brother Dawn. It's not part of the book, but that's fine, because I can just take it on its own. Like I said, Emperor Cleon basically isn't a character in Foundation. He's in, like, one scene. We were talking about that last time. I feel like it's too soon. I feel like we need at least another 5 years before a Starship Troopers attempt is made again. I have too much love for the Paul Verhoeven movie. Admittedly, it could probably do with a true adaptation, but I don't know that I would really like a true adaptation. I don't know. What kills me about saying, like, oh, you can't make a good Godzilla movie, oh, it's just like the old bad Godzilla movies, is that Shin Godzilla exists. And Shin Godzilla is fucking phenomenal. It is a truly modern, excellent Godzilla movie. You know, I don't even mind the RoboCop remake anymore, the reboot, remake, whatever the fuck it is, because, like, who fucking remembers it? It's, oh my god, I'm so blurry. Why am I so blurry? How uncomfortable. Doesn't feel good being blurry. There we go, that's better. Oh, Matt Yee. Thank you for reminding. You know what? We're going to do something. We're going to do something real quick. You guys want to see something fun? Let's take a look at something fun. I'll be right back. Give me just a second. I need to sort through a few things. I'm going to share a little bit of my life with you today. Does that sound like fun? Would you guys like to see... Something was unearthed and shared with me today. And I was looking at it and just thinking, you know, what's the point? What's the point of having this if I don't share it with anyone? And it's basically pictures of me from the 90s. This seems appropriate because clearly here I am carving a pumpkin in 1996. And grinning my big, horrific, fucked up grin. That's not my dad, by the way. That is Robert Fuller, the father of a very good friend of mine, and interestingly enough, like almost all these pictures, I'm hanging out with my friend and his family. Oh yeah, I had some hair. Let's see what's up next. Here's myself. On the left here, my buddy Jonathan Fuller and his brother Daniel. This guy streams on Twitch, by the way. I'm not going to tell you his name. On the off chance that he stops in tonight, though. Johnny, there you are, man. Let's see, what else? The rest of our Halloween. Here's just us posing again with our goofy little pumpkins that we did. I did the angry pumpkin, I remember that. That was 96. I can't think of what else to do with these pictures, because it's not like I'm gonna put them up anywhere, you know? Let's see what else we got. We have a school photo. I'm not sure what year this was taken. And that's me. Well, little thunderhead. He had no idea what life had in store for him. Yeah, I've had hair for a lot of my life, O'Coral. I had, like, long hair just a few years back. Here I am in 95 with my sweet bike with its little like there's Batman symbols on the little bar. What's that called? It's just padding on the bar there. That was back when I lived in Florida. Just more aerodynamic now. Yeah, there we go. That's one way to look at it. There's me with my bike again. That's not very interesting. Let's see what else we've got. I have no memory of owning this hoodie, and I have no idea why I would own a hoodie that says Idaho on it. To my knowledge, I've only been to Idaho like one time in my life, and it wasn't before 95. Somebody must have bought this for me as a gift. I have just no idea. Some more school photos. This one must have been from an earlier year. I'm clearly younger in these ones. Look at that. Look at that little bowl cut. I had the fashion of like a 14th century European nobleman. Maybe it was a friend's... Maybe, but I have multiple pictures of myself wearing it, which is the weird thing. Let's see what else. Let's see what else we got here. We got a couple to go through. I'm sharing these again with you because I literally have no idea what else to do with these pictures. Oh, this is me at school. This would have been in 2nd or 3rd grade in Florida. I'm here in the blue. Fucked if I know what we're doing. It looks like maybe we're filling clothing with stuffed newspaper to make some kind of a mannequin. I have no clue. This picture survived somehow. Here I am at... This would have been at maybe Kennedy Space Center? That's the Gemini 9 lander? And this would have been in 96. Romeo Void. Dropping that tier 2 sub. Romeo, thank you so much for your support. There's my buddy Jonathan. Again, in all these pictures, you're going to notice it's me, it's Johnny, and it's his dad. Always, every single time. Spook House dummy? Yeah, that could be. That's entirely possible. Here we are again, sitting on their little demonstration moon rover, with me on the left. Here was that time that I landed on the moon and grew several feet. I've always had a problem with the proportion of my head to my body. It was definitely worse when I was younger, as you can tell here. Ooh, thank you. I'm good. Well, here we are again. There's Johnny looking like a freak for some reason. I have no idea what the hell he was doing. Oh, here's the real highlight of the trip. Was enjoying some Dippin' Dots outside. Who doesn't love Dippin' Dots? I don't understand the appeal of them at all, and yet I still very much want to eat them. Do they taste different? I don't think. Never had Dippin' Dots? Wow, Captain Gingerbeard, you've barely lived. I'm just heroic scale. Oh, no. Yeah, no, they're crazy expensive. Dippin' Dots are way... Oh, I've got to share this one with him. I'm sure Johnny's going to be very, very pleased that a photo of him like this still exists. I remember my two favorite things from these trips was always the Dippin' Dots and the ability to get the, like, freeze-dried astronaut ice cream. It's the texture. I think that's probably true, WJ. I'm going to share this one with him, though. He looks like just a mutant in this one. No idea. No idea what's going on here, why I'm standing against a mirror. I guess the photo's being... well, it's like a mirrored room. This looks like there's 6 mirrors. And that's Jonathan's mother taking the picture there. With multiple angles. Oh, I guess this was the point of it, was they had, like, costumes you could try on, maybe? I don't know. But apparently I'm wearing a little spacesuit here. Staring into my own eyes. God, that haircut was awful. I wore that for a long time. See how blonde I used to be? I was, like, really quite blonde. And us playing with the... Apparently this was all from the same trip. We must have had a pretty good time that day. Alright, that's that group. We're almost done here. This is such a stupid random stream. This one says Epcot 96. So yeah, this would be... Oh, there we are again. There's me and there's Johnny, 96, visiting Epcot Center, Disney World. My beard is damn near white at this point. You guys probably can't see it. I've got so many gray hairs in my beard now, it's crazy. Now this would have been, I know exactly where this was and what we're doing in this one. I remember this because my cousin, my second cousin, still, well, he doesn't work at Disney now. He got let go as part of the big exodus that happened over the course of the pandemic, which sucks. But he continued working there up until just the last few years. In fact, if you've seen the hyperspace hoopla that they started doing at Disney, he was one of the handful of Emperors Palpatine who would do that. If you've seen a number of the videos of the hyperspace hoopla with Emperor Palpatine, there's a good chance you've seen my cousin. Because that's what he did. This was him doing the Merlin show. He would come out as Merlin, and there'd be a sword in the stone, and we'd all gather around and watch, and he would, like, pick a kid that would come over, and the kid could pull the sword out of the stone. Of course, nepotism played a role, and I wound up getting to pull the sword from the stone, and you know what? It was fucking awesome. So there you go. Here I am wearing a Kumba hat. For those of you familiar with Busch Gardens in Tampa, they had a roller coaster known as the Kumba, which was very popular at the time, and I had a pretty sweet hat with the picture of the fictional Kumba monster on it. Now this is actually a picture with my mother in it, believe it or not. One that isn't Johnny's parents. I have no idea what we're doing here. We're staring at some stupid thing, and somebody got a picture, but that's my mom. Alright, we're almost done. I have a sheet of other school pictures that apparently never got cut out. God, that background. Oof, it's rough. Alright, I have one more thing to share with you. And it's just amazing to me that this has survived. Do you guys remember... Of course you remember, they made a bunch of sequels. Do you remember the arcade game Marvel vs. Capcom? Because I spent a lot of time playing it, and I remember, this all struck me. I was in 3rd grade when I made this. I don't remember what the project was, but it was to, like, write a story, and at the time I'd been playing a bunch of Marvel vs. Capcom, and the Infinity Gauntlet featured heavily in that, and thus it was the subject of my imagination at the time. You shut your damn mouth. Make sure we don't have any any names in here that don't need to be shown. Yeah, I dedicated this to AJ Mack and Sean C. I remember AJ Mack. He was a friend of mine in 3rd grade. I remember Sean Curry. We hung out at his house quite a lot, and we played laser tag there. I don't remember Wade. I don't remember Zach. Dedicated it to my mom, to Stan Lee, and to Marvel Comics, as is appropriate. And here we have Marvel superheroes yet again. Let's take a look. Let's dig into this story, shall we? Here we have me practicing my cursive. Jesus Christ, why am I reading them? This is my writing in 3rd grade about Marvel superheroes. Once, there was an evil being known as Thanos. You hear that? You hear that? Paul Feige? Kevin Feige? Give me my fucking money. That's what they told me. You'll need cursive one day, right? One day, Thanos found the Infinity Gauntlet! Exclamation point. At last, he yelled. After 10,000 years of searching...
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
We're having some share time. Not drunk enough for this. At last, he yelled, after 10,000 years of searching... Let's not get into any accuracy quibbles here, okay? I was in 3rd grade. I finally found it. And then he disappeared into the darkness with the gauntlet. Meanwhile, Captain America was watching the news and saw what happened. Then he called the Avengers and some other superheroes to defeat Thanos. When Thanos heard this, he got very angry. Then he called the best team of supervillains he could find. I'm having some trouble reading my own terrible handwriting here. We have a little insert here where I was drawing the choose a character screen from Marvel vs. Capcom. That's there. Delightful. The news crew was right there when Thanos found the Infinity Gauntlet. You would think that he would have found it sooner, given that the news crew knew where it was. Yeah, okay, thank you, Clear Sound of Jules. I clearly need to be drunker for this. Let's see what happened next. I can't believe this survived. Okay. Anthony Stark, Iron Man, parenthetical, was on his way to meet Captain America when he looked out his car window, only to see an explosion from a nearby power plant. Avengers to the rescue, he shouted. I couldn't even get Avengers Assemble. Avengers to the rescue, he shouted. Oh my god, okay. As he pulled over and reached into the back seat, he put on his armor and flew towards the plant. Excellent, said Thanos, watching from his... viewing pool. Straight into my trap. When Iron Man arrived, he started towards a hole in the wall. Then a giant glowing cage fell out of nowhere, along with the building on top of it. Bulldozer armor... something. I can't read that word. Bulldozer armor adapt, he yelled, as he plowed through the crumbling wreckage? Why am I doing this? Bulldozer armor adapt. Okay, yeah, let's keep going. Although his radar was clear, he still thought something was wrong. He started to fly to his car, as you do, when something knocked him off balance and he went crashing into the ground. Something knocked him off balance. He turned around to see what it was. He was startled to see Magneto floating in the air behind him. Foolish Avenger, he yelled. You should not have gotten in our way. Bragging, said Iron Man. That's all you were ever good at. Of course it's all in cursive. Oh, Christ. Enough chit-chat, yelled Magneto. Your time has come, Iron Man. I really should have written for Marvel Comics. Then, he picked up the broken-down nuclear reactor. Now it's a nuclear reactor. It was just a power plant before. And smacked Iron Man in the head with it. No, that's Magneto. Magneto got told. Shock 21. Picked up the nuclear reactor and smacked Iron Man in the head with it. This is really getting good now. Let's find out what happens. No idea what that is. Oh, we have some illustrations. Clearly I had no fucking clue what Captain America's shield looked like. Could I have consulted the internet? You might ask that. The internet was not generally accessible at this time, so you know what? I was going on memory. Take that. It took Iron Man time to recover, but when he did, he got an idea. Then, Iron Man charged an energy ball and shot it at the nuclear reactor. Whirr, the sound of pure energy. Oh, that's an automata. I was like, why is he saying no? It's whirr, the sound of pure energy. Then, Iron Man shot Magneto and jumped on his back, throwing him into the reactor. Bzzzt. Iron Man turned his head to prevent being blinded. When he turned back, he saw Magneto retreating into the air. Then suddenly, that's all it says. It says then suddenly, and then this just ends here. Let's keep going. Stopping back into whatever the hell this is. I wrote this in 3rd grade, Dr. Rhino. This is a project that I wrote in the 3rd grade, and I'm sharing it with you. Aren't they? I spent a lot of time on those Z's. No, it keeps going. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Crack! That's not... You know what? This... Okay, let's take a moment and recognize the artistry of this. The crack is just in normal text, which really helps to sell and separate the onomatopoeia, the sound, from dialogue. See? It's like, you know, you can kind of like see the bubble, the crack, with the little jaggies around it and everything. Yeah. Magneto fell to the ground. Iron Man turned his head and saw Captain America running towards him. "You're late," said Captain America. Captain America says you're late? But Iron Man was fighting the whole time. Captain America showed up late and then he says you're late? What an asshole. You like my Captain America illustration? The days before the Civil War. Okay. Yeah, and I bet you can guess why, replied Iron Man. Like I always said, look before you leap. I don't know who's saying that. This is not attributed to anyone. It just is like I always said, look before you leap. I don't know that that's something any of them either said. Ever said. We better go before Magneto decides to get up and crunch me inside my armor. Okay, so I assume... Okay. This is Iron Man, this is Captain America, this is Iron Man again. So Captain America says you're late, Iron Man responds, yeah, I'll bet you can guess why. Captain America's like I always said, look before you leap. He's such a goody two-shoes. We better go before Magneto decides to get up and crunch me inside my armor. It's true, that would be a danger for Iron Man fighting Magneto, would it not? We better go before he realizes that he can kill me with a thought. What happens next? Because we're not done yet. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be. There's like a mountain, and there's like a tower. I'm guessing maybe like an energy. Could this be Avengers Tower? I'm not sure, but there's this little thing over here, and I'm not sure what that is either. At that moment, Captain America jumped on Iron Man's back. Okay. At that moment, Captain America jumped on Iron Man's back. Captain America led the way and Iron Man flew. He's riding Iron Man. Like a piggyback ride. Like a flying piggyback ride. Because of course he is. As they flew, they talked about what might happen if Thanos found out how to use the Infinity Gauntlet. They talked and talked, then Captain America directed him through the rough mountains to the plains below. He pointed to an edge with a small metal contraption on it. Land there, he said. Okay, so this is the small metal contraption, and they're gonna land there. Alright, I'm following. Ooh, this is an interesting piece of artwork. I think that this is meant to be from the perspective of Captain America pointing at something that's in the distance. I think that's what's going on here. You can tell by the red glove. When they landed, Captain America stomped on the contraption and said, "Look at the America Tower." Oh no. Oh, this took a turn. Look at the America Tower. Because Captain America would have a tower, and it would be called the America Tower, okay? This makes perfect sense. It could be Ledge. You're right, forgot around. Iron Man looked and saw a tower in the distance, then Captain America turned and pointed again. Iron Man turned and looked again. Ooh, this is some good writing. "This is where you and the others will be staying." What? Why is there... What's going on here? Is this solar power? I think maybe this is meant to be solar power. Because there's the sun and there's a beam coming down and it's going into this thing. I think this is meant to be my illustration of how solar power works. And then there's a car which is driving on a beam of light. So that's the America Tower, and there's like a shield on top. That's what that's supposed to be. And this is where he and the others will be staying. Who the others are, I have no idea. Yeah, American Kremlin. It's a good hand, right? "This is where you and the others will be staying." Then we transition to the crayon phase. They flew down to the base, and sure enough, there was Wolverine, of course, Hulk, Psylocke, and Spider-Man. "It's getting late," said Spider-Man. "We better get some sleep." That does sound like Peter. He needs his beauty rest. "Good idea," replied Captain America. If I were doing a redux now, like a director's cut, I would add in there, "Good idea," replied Captain America. "Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise." That's what he would say. Later, when they were all asleep, Wolverine heard something. He got out of bed and went looking around. Then he found out what happened. A book fell. Yes. He bent down to pick it up, then he turned around and blocked someone's fist. When he looked who it was, there was no one there. He turned on the lights and... Eek! I have no idea. The window broke and he heard footsteps outside. Here's the building. This is the American compound where Captain America is king. And there's a window and someone's jumping out the window. Wolverine jumped out the window after him. When he caught him, they got into a big fight. Wolverine yelled, "Who are you?" Should have said Bub. Should have said Bub. It is Darkheart. Congratulations. Blackheart, rather. The mysterious figure replied, "I am Blackheart. Prepare to die." Yeah, right. Die. Come on. Power gem. And there he is using the power gem. Again, where are my fucking checks, Marvel? I wrote this story. Oh, look, it says Snicked. Look at that. Look at this little Wolverine. And it says Snicked because his claws are coming out. I think this might be the end of it. Yeah, it just sort of... To be continued. Some good stuff. And there's one more accompanying piece of artwork, which some of you may recognize. Where are my fucking checks, Marvel? I think that's Thanos. I feel like maybe I started to draw him here, and then I crossed it out, and then I did another one up here. I'm not sure why his chin is yellow. I'm not totally clear on that. But, yep. I hope you've all enjoyed this. Better than Infinity War. Now, the thing that truly confuses me, and I don't know, the Thanos copter, that's in the sequel. Gimmish car. This is an illustration I truly don't understand, but is on here. I think maybe this is like some of my earliest subversive work. This is kind of a sign of things to come. Like, I think it's like an anti-capitalist statement, maybe. Because clearly I'm ready to burn this motherfucker down. I genuinely have no idea why I would have drawn this on the back of this project, but man with a can of gas and a lighter. This is actually like, this is, in my opinion, this is a real piece of art. This says something. This is like a modern manifesto right here, isn't it? Like, I'm gonna do this as a piece of graffiti someplace. Finish the story. Shock? No. This is truly a mystery to me. I know I did it. I have no idea why. I hope you have all enjoyed this reading of Marvel Superheroes. I am shocked that this still exists. And you know what? Credit to me as a young man, I had the presence of mind to dedicate this to Stan Lee. So again, these photos and this piece of work were unearthed today, and I have no idea what to do with them, so I decided to share them with you. I don't know. Kickstarter to finish it. Well, thank you, Riot Sister. You know, I had a very active imagination, clearly. Like I said, at the time I was playing Marvel vs. Capcom. Or, it might not have been Marvel vs. Capcom. It might have just been the Marvel head-to-head fighting arcade game. Again, I hope that you all enjoyed it. This little peek into my past. This absolute assurance that I have been this much of a fucking nerd the entire goddamn time. It has never changed. Come on, focus on my hand. There we go. I don't believe that story will ever be finished. I don't know that I could equal my writing talent. I haven't really stretched those muscles in a long time. And with dialogue like, prepare to die. Yeah, right. Die. I mean, who is gonna outdo that? In Captain America. Why does Captain America have an America Tower? What happens after Power Gem? I can only assume that Blackheart just kicks the shit out of Wolverine. I would think that's where that was going. Like, clearly the next part was meant to be a major fight between Wolverine and Blackheart. Is it Blackheart? Is it Darkheart? I wrote Blackheart.
Warning. Fingertips covered in superglue are not approved safety gear for handling razor blades.
No, but slightly cut-resistant gloves are. And yeah, no, you're right, Captain Gingerbeard. It ends with snicked. Wee! I'm a little disappointed I didn't have Wolverine call him Bub. That seems like an oversight on my part. If I were criticizing third grade me, I would note he should call him Bub. You know, credit to me, credit to myself, to past me, it is a coherent story. it's bizarre, and there are things that come out of nowhere and don't make any sense, and there's my personal favorite line, "We better get out of here before he gets up and crushes me in my armor." I like that line a lot. Why do I have Iron Man fighting Magneto at all if that's a possibility? Well, you know, I didn't fully understand how stories were built back then. Just ends with a snick. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure I've read comic books that have done that. You're like, what's gonna happen? Tune in next week. Or pick up the next issue. He picked up the nuclear power plant and smacked Iron Man in the head with it. I didn't even write that he did it with his powers, so like in my head I'm seeing Magneto just like physically lifting the nuclear reactor with his hands. Why the fuck does Iron Man have a transformational bulldozer version of his armor? Has that ever been a thing? Did I get that from somewhere, or did I just make that up? Because that doesn't sound familiar. But I was like, he's got power armor. Why wouldn't it transform into something? Makes perfect sense. Yeah, there we go. It's my version of the Hulkbuster. It's the Junkbuster. Oh, Mike, no, we're not gonna get Chaotic to do a dramatic reading of Marvel superheroes. No. This is my writing. I will not have him besmirch it with his ridiculous ways. Nano armor could make a plow. I don't think nano armor existed. That would have been like... That was early 90s. So I don't think the nano armor had entered into the lexicon yet. It made me so happy before I thought about it for 3... Yeah, before I realized exactly what it was going to be like. Oh my god. It's the version of Iron Man you see made in China. It's the version of Iron Man that you buy at like the fucking Big Lots or at the dollar store. You know? Iron Guy with transforming action, where they always confuse 2 or 3 toy lines and merge them with Transformers. Wish.com Iron Man. We have Iron Man at home. The Iron Man at home is like, let's get out of here before he wakes up and crushes me in my armor. That's a good point for Godarung. I don't want to risk it too much. Matt Yee, he's really got it. It would be in all caps too. So Matt Yee, I hope that you feel this has lived up to the promise I made you earlier on your stream. I hope that you're satisfied by this. This window into my early days. That was a different me. I remember that kid. He used to have fun. His brain still generated serotonin on a regular basis. Iron Man. Yeah, a guy with an iron. That's too clever. That's too clever for the knockoff toys. Overachieved like always. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm genuinely, like, when I saw that today, I just had this moment. I haven't thought about that since the early 90s. So seeing it, and it all came rushing back, I'm like, I can remember the room that I was in and who was around me as I wrote that. I can remember where I was sitting. I suddenly remembered what the school looked like. It's like one of those powerful memories, you know? Very weird. I don't think it was prompted by anything, Data Nerd. I was just like, hey, you want to see some pictures of young me? Tune in later. That was an unforced error on my part. Why does Captain America say to Iron Man that he's late as always when Iron Man was the one there fighting first? Steela Rebel, you just missed something amazing. You missed it. It's over. We're never going back to it. I'm a little sad. That's right, Steela spent last night building a pin-up figure from Kingdom Death, which was a hell of a build job. I was lurking for most of that time. Yeah, never ever watch Matt Yee's streams. In fact, if you're following Matt Yee, can we do a reverse shout-out? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're following Matt Yee, I strongly encourage you to go unfollow him, to save yourself the trouble of being put through that nonsense. Please de-shout out Matt Yee. It'd be like a shout in. Is she meant to be a bee lady, or is she just a busty lady covered in honey? I just did a dramatic reading of a piece of literature that I wrote in the 3rd grade, Steela. It was really something. It was a wonderful trip down memory lane. She does have a weird bee-shaped tail. Wouldn't that be called, isn't that like that's a thorax, isn't it? I didn't see the full figure. She's just a lady eating all the honey. Mm-hmm. Of course, we all, like, I'm sorry, like, the art for her, where she's just covered and, like, dripping, and I'm like, abdomen, thank you. I saw this art, and I'm like, you guys know what you did here. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's honey. Sure it is. Of course it is. Jesus, what a model. I'm glad Steela is doing some Kingdom Death figures, because honestly, with the way you paint, Steela, and the things that you enjoy painting, Kingdom Death is right up your alley. I want to see you do some of the upsetting monsters from Kingdom Death.
Here at Thunderhead
some of the truly
Studios,
most upsetting ones.
It's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Thank you to Square. Thank you for punctuating my remark with that. Yeah, it was a whole story. We read it for a while. It included such lines as Iron Man saying, "Let's get out of here before he wakes up and crushes me in my armor," about Magneto. Basically, you know, long story short, Disney owes me a lot of money right now, because I clearly came up with the story for Avengers Infinity War and Endgame back in the early 90s. You hear that? You hear that, Kevin Feige? Where's my fucking royalty check? You know what would have been a better movie than Captain Marvel? Which one is it, Robin? I've done one Kingdom Death model. It was the Flower Knight. That was a long time ago. I did it for Zach Jewell. You know him, don't you? I need to replace this blade. It's actually a little bit dull. I just want to get all the use out of it that I can. Sharp enough to keep doing this for now, at least in the middle of the blade. Not as much on the tip. Cutting torsos, one after another. Some big bird with hands all over and a face in the bird mouth. Oh, one of the monsters. Fantastic. I really do like the Kingdom. Like, they've got all the big titty lady models that they do, which is a lot of them. And then they have some of the most upsetting monster figures I have ever seen in my life. I particularly like the big, like, unsettling meat man with the open mouth where his crotch should be, and this unsettling rope of wet meat hanging out of his crotch mouth, which he then has like looped over one of his arms because it's so large. I guess congratulations to someone for making money with what amounts to some severe psychological trauma that they suffered at some point. I say meat rope because while phallic, it's not strictly a phallus. Did we get a shout out, by the way, for Steal a Rebel and for Matt Yee? I haven't been really on my shout outs today. I apologize for that, guys. I also feel like if there's anybody in here who hasn't followed Steal a Rebel and Matt Yee yet, they must be pretty new. These are two of my favorite artists here on Twitch, and two of the people that I credit with getting me started on oil painting. These are definitely streams you guys are going to want to follow. Oh, fantastic, Data Nerd. Welcome to the stream, Kursala. So good to have you here. You'll have to learn the lay of the land. I'm sure all this is very unfamiliar to you. I can appreciate those quotes. Matt. I feel those quotes every time I use that word in reference to myself. I feel like there's an extra set of quotes, actually. It's more like, yes, I am an artist. A little blemish there, no big deal. Just about ready to glue these together. I'm on the last 3 here. And yeah, Vergatorung, I'm looking forward to painting these guys. They are very Dark Souls-esque with their style of helmet and their big nasty swords. And today has been a weird day. I don't know why exactly I wound up until 7 a.m. I was just working on stuff. I was sculpting away at stuff, and it was one of those where you look at the clock and you're like, oh, it's many hours later than I thought it was. Slept during the day. I felt weird all day. Not quite together, you know? Up until 7. Yeah, I went to bed at 7 a.m. These things happen sometimes. I don't decide when I'm feeling creative, I just ride the snake. Internal clock going bonkers. It's been doing that for a while. Like, I say this like I have some kind of normal or healthy sleep schedule. I don't. And my brain's like, please don't look at your phone last thing you do before you go to bed or first thing when you wake up. It's literally destroying your ability to tell time internally. And I'm like, ha ha ha, fuck you. fucking brain. You're not the boss of me. What in God's name is this awful song? Frick brains! Frickin' brains! Let's not listen to this song. Let's do something else. I need one of my little pins here. There we go. Oh, maybe I don't need to clear it this time. No, it's flowing well. Okay, sometimes it needs it, sometimes it doesn't. That was the America Tower. Yes, the Song of America Tower. The mysterious stronghold of Captain America. Why does he have an America Tower? And what was the compound where the others would be staying? At what point did Captain America gather up all the other heroes? Hulk and Spider-Man and Wolverine. He just did. I should check and see if there are any particular backs that go together here. Let me lay these out before I stick them together. I think maybe they're all the same. The fronts of the chest plates are different, but the backs are the same. It seems to be the case. Yeah. And there's two more. Okay. That little squeeze. And there's one torso together. How goes it? Now in day 16 of work, Arkrave, how you doing, man? It's good to see ya. Work is good. Work is good. It's always better to be too busy than not busy enough, you know? Was that the name of the song? Ooh, how poetic. He did. Okay, so I think there was a button. Like it was hidden. Like there was a shield or something, and he had to stomp on the button, and stomping on the button revealed the hidden tower. It's like Wakanda, you know? Captain America has his own Wakanda in my version of the Marvel storyline. I'm definitely ahead of my time with that one. Spent way too long painting this mini's ass, but what an ass it is. I'm hoping that we're going to get to see that there, Heretic. Wouldn't Captain America's Wakanda be America? Be Americanda? Like the city, not necessarily the country. There are areas of Wakanda that aren't the mysterious hidden city. Conceivably, maybe, I don't know. Changed your mind, you're back. Sleep is for the weak. Sleep is a crutch. How you doing, Dr. Rhino? Did you enjoy the part of the reading of Marvel Superheroes that you were here for? I hope you did. I also showed a bunch of pictures of myself from like 94 and 96, Stila. If you want to see those, I will share them with you later. Little baby Thunderhead. Really, just more of a low pressure system than a Thunderhead, you know? Staying up later or gonna go to bed early tonight? I have no fucking idea. Oh my god. That's a great question for Gatorong. Maybe if I huff enough glue, I'll make the right decision. Well, that's right, Dr. Rhino and I, we got some thoughts. We got some thoughts on Dune. We both watched Dune. I don't want to do it right now, Dr. Rhino, because I'm trying to keep a moratorium on spoilers for the general stream. But I am down to hop on with you on your stream on Monday, and then we can just get into it. We can just get into the details. Steela got to huff to me. Oh, yeah, that's always a good time. You're not really building models if you're not just a little bit high on glue. Like, as I was saying earlier, I think it's a little silly having spoilers on a story that came out in fucking 1965. Like, if you don't know the story of Dune by now, what happened to you? But, I'm trying to be considerate. Back to pigment powders. What you mixing, Dr. Rhino? What you mixing over there, buddy? Did we get a shout out, by the way, for Dr. Rhino? An incredibly talented painter. Very, very talented streamer. Great fucking dude. Very entertaining. A stream you should absolutely be following. Not a lot of people know how to read. Oh, pigment powders. Okay, I gotcha. What are you using as a medium, and what are you using as a fixative? I'm 21, never really heard of Dune until getting into Star Trader Frontiers. I guess I could see that. Stepping out for tacos, Riot Sister, bring me some. Head down to fucking Don Hilberto's, get me some of them super fries. Alright, torso's built. Let's do some leg work. I'm gonna assume that these go together in pairs for the ones that are physically close together, and I'm gonna keep them together. That's how the other ones have been built so far. Yeah, no, that really would not bother me terribly, Riot Sister. I'll be okay. Cold tacos are still tacos. You're gonna put that on my tombstone. I didn't say a thing about pizza. Cold tacos are called sandwiches. Well, now this is an entirely different conversation and argument as to whether tacos are ever sandwiches. Because I would point out that there are hot sandwiches, and they're still sandwiches. Oh, tombstone. Oh, that's stupid. Oh, no wonder I didn't get it. It's one of those where I think like every taco is a sandwich, but obviously every sandwich is not a taco. I just found the adaptation first, makes it more enjoyable to watch since you aren't worried about it being the same as the book. I advise people watch, like if you're not going to read the book, and it's a hell of a read, I understand if you don't want to, watch the sci-fi miniseries from around the year 2000. That is a suitable substitute. It's very, very faithful. Look, it's not critical sandwich theory. It is a breakdown of the systemic bigotry inherent in the making of sandwiches from the early days of our country, Matt. And the disadvantage that sandwiches are at, the disadvantages that tacos are at, with the system so unfairly skewed towards sandwiches. You need to educate yourself. Hey, what's up, Johnny? This, by the way, is not the Johnny I was talking about earlier. That is a completely different Johnny. Just in case anyone thought that's who I was talking about because he's here on Twitch, and I mentioned that Johnny's also on Twitch. Different guy. Arkrave, you're treading on dangerous ground, my friend. I'm sorry to hear that, man. Been having a rough time lately, and I hope that hanging out in chat brings you a little moment of respite. Where's my last leg? There it is. Why am I freehanding 22 mechs at once? How do you have 22 hands? That's crazy. Alright, just gonna do the one sprue at a time on this one. I don't want to mix myself up too much. I am sorry to hear that, man. You know, sometimes when it rains, it pours. Life can really take a shit on you sometimes. I hope things get better, though. We are going to start the storm report a little bit late on purpose today, at least 8:45, because we got started late, and I want to finish these legs before we go on. Absolutely, man. Just, you know, hang out, take a load off. If this wonderful, wonderful chat can help you relax even a little bit, that would be good. I'm gonna get a lance full of urban mechs and form a merc company called The Herb is the Word. Oh, that's bad. That's terrible. 4 sets of numbers left, and 22 Comstar symbols, which are 5 colors. Why are you not just getting decals for Gatorung? Just put in an order for decals with Fighting Piranha, wait the 6 months it's gonna take to get them, and do no work in that time. And when you feel guilty about not painting, just remind yourself you're waiting on decals. That's all the excuse you need. Decals suck. What are you talking about? Decals are fine. What sucks about decals? You're the only person who doesn't like decals. The panels are all different sizes. I mean, fair enough, but you can order, like, sheets of decals with a bunch of different sizes. I had a little piece of crushed red pepper like a seed stuck behind a tooth, and it just came out and hit me right in the back of my throat. Oh. That came out of nowhere. Oh, that's rough. What the fuck? Regatarung, this is self-inflicted torture, man. You're not gonna get any sympathy. I mean, it'll feel good when you post pictures and people are like, wow, nice decals, and you'll be like, I hand did all of those symbols. I free-handed every single one. Shock, I think, like, maybe you should seek medical attention, because you're saying crazy things. Have you recently taken any blows to the head? Sometimes doing nothing is faster than doing something. What the fuck? What? Yes. Yes, that's true, I suppose. It hurts my brain. Just wait for decals. I never said it was faster. The work, when you are actually working, will go faster. Overall, it will take a longer time. I don't like the location of some of these little sprue connection points on here, but these are again an early set of models from Conquest. The Steel Legion were, I think, like second wave release. Why don't you, Vergatarung, you seem like the kind of guy who would enjoy building a ship in a bottle. Why don't you just skip right to that? Baron Hidecule Moorgrave. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. No, Miniature Market never sent me my Baron Moorgrave. It's some bullshit. I want to paint that model. They held on to my order for like a full month after it was ready to ship. And then I contacted them and they were like, oh, you said to hold it. And I never told them to fucking hold it. They were just completely full of shit. And they sent it to me and they were like, oh, well, now we don't have one of the things that was supposed to go in your order because we waited. It was ridiculous. So now I don't have a Moorgrave. Slicing a bunch of files. Ooh, what kind of files? We could fix that. We could make a game that you play with ships and bottles. It's doable. I'll write it off. Battlestar Galactica. That's pretty good. That's solid. I like that. Well played. Well played, Captain Gingerbeard. Oh, see, that's the dull part of the blade. So I didn't want to cut there. In fact, you know what? I'm just going to trade my blade out. I have so many of them. It's not like I need to use every single millimeter of every single blade. The tip of it is just pretty much gone. Space Marines assembled in bottles. I wonder if anyone has done that. Ever. Just randomly. Has anyone ever assembled a Space Marine in a bottle? It could be done. You could push all the parts in. You pre-paint it, Captain Gingerbeard. You paint all the parts, and then you put them in the bottle, and then you use, like, little manipulators to assemble it. You guys remember that episode of Star Trek? Booby Trap? Where the Enterprise is the Next Generation, where the Enterprise finds a ship that is seemingly abandoned from an ancient war, perfectly preserved in space, and they're excited to get over, and Captain Picard says, it's just like a ship in a bottle. And everyone looks at him like he's just a complete idiot. He's like, come on, surely you built ships in bottles when you were a boy. Worf says, I did not play with toys. And Data says, I was never a boy. And then Miles O'Brien goes, like, from the background, he's like, I built ships in bottles, sir. And Picard looks at him like a total asshole, and he just goes, thank you, Mr. O'Brien. And then they go and they do their mission. Yeah, I was never a boy. That's a great line. I like that moment. I like Worf, I did not play with toys. And then Data, I was never a boy. I'm dangerously close to a Next Generation rewatch right now. Dangerously close. Just thinking about it makes me want to do it. So, topic of conversation. What is the greatest television show ever made, and why is it Star Trek: The Next Generation? The Is Data Sentient episode is one of the things that kickstarted my desire to delve into ethics and moral philosophy. Oh, you're talking about Measure of a Man. That's a fantastic episode. Yeah, Measure of a Man is one of the best episodes, particularly from early Trek, because Measure of a Man was, what, Season 2? Season 3? It wasn't Season 1, I don't think. I want to say it was Season 2 or 3. Somebody could correct me on that if they felt like it. It was a standout because most of the early episodes of Next Generation are fucking terrible. Okay, maybe not most. A lot of the episodes of the early episodes of the Next Generation are fucking terrible. Most of the episodes in Season 1 and a number of episodes in Season 2 are just ugh. And then Season 3 is like, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, this is getting really good. There's a lot of good stuff in 2, but there's a few that are... And of course, there's the infamous Skin of Evil. Gonna head out, probably won't be around for... No, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Dude, I'm sorry that life is taking a shit on you, man. I just want to tell you one thing, Johnny. Just as a piece of personal advice, don't withdraw. If you're having a hard time, make sure that you've got people around. Make sure that you've got people that you can reach out to, bro. I would love to see you in chat. I would love to see you on the Discord. But take care of yourself, man. And try to look up when you can. This too shall pass. There are good things in the future. You just have to, you gotta keep your eyes open for them. Farscape did have Jim Henson puppets, which is a yeah, Farscape was pretty fucking amazing. Johnny, if you're still there, I'm just saying, man. It sucks to be alone, but you don't have to be. Plank Walker, welcome in. I never watched Chuck. Psych was really, really popular. Weirdly popular, like an underground hit. A friend of mine, who is sometimes in chat, Play and Win, really, really likes Psych, and I need to finish watching it on account of him. He told me to watch it, and I started, but I never finished it. It's a good show, though. I never watched Chuck. That had Zachary Levi in it, didn't it? I've watched Dark, Captain Gingerbeard. Dark is fucking amazing. I fucking love Dark. So I'd like to note something. You might see me here cutting towards myself, which is a bad thing to do. I want you to note, this may not be interesting to many of you, but maybe one or two of you can benefit from knowing what I'm doing here. I'm not pulling towards my hand. I have lined my cut up, and I am pushing the blade this way. Because you see it widens towards the base. So I'm pushing the blade through. Like so. Towards my, yes, thank you, Maggie. Not violently so. I shouldn't do what I just did. That was terrible. Looking at investing in a 3D printer, any recommendations? Chen Popo, you have just opened up a can of worms, my friend. I hope you're fucking ready, because Pandora's box has been thrown wide. The gates of hell are open. The seventh seal is broken, and we're about to get fucking down and dirty 3D printing. I'm kidding. That was maybe a little over the top. Yeah. I could give you some recommendations. I do quite a bit of it myself. I will say that I can give some loose recommendations here. If you want something more in-depth, the best recommendation that I can make is to jump onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord. We have a fairly large community, and we have a lot of 3D printers. A lot of people that operate 3D printers pretty much every single day. The answer to your question is going to depend a lot on what you intend to do with the printer, even within the context of 3D printing for war games and tabletop gaming. So the first question I would ask is, what do you primarily want to do with it? Oh, Matt. Come on, man. You can't keep doing that. You'll go blind. Nice easy cut. Busts, larger models, and accessories. How large of a bust? Larger models, well, okay. So if the answer is, like, not terrain, and larger models as in larger models that are still intended for tabletop gaming, probably one of the larger format resin printers would be for you. Something from the Elegoo Mars 2 to the Elegoo Saturn in print size. would probably be what you're looking for. If you were going to do more practical prints and a lot of terrain, I would recommend getting into FDM printing first with something like what I have running in the window up there, the Elegoo Neptune 2, or the Creality Ender 3. Well, at least that explains your Instagram, Matt. Hey, we got them jokes. I'm not recommending the Jupiter to people yet. I feel like the Jupiter is like the test bed for some new printing tech. I feel like the Jupiter 2 is, first of all, the name of the ship from Lost in Space. But separate from that, the Jupiter 2 is also going to be probably the perfected version of those techs that they're testing out, like the self-filling resin vat and stuff like that. I feel certain that's going to be better in the second generation. I like this song. I like the non-instrumental version. This is Automatic Love by Fury Weekend. It's a great song. Ain't nobody making me drop, WJ. I was gonna make a Jupiter 2 going to space joke. Too late, Drakari! Danger, Will Robinson, danger! Alright, last set of legs. We'll get them glued up. I haven't played much Back 4 Blood. I played the beta a little bit. We've played some Aliens Fireteam Elite, which is very similar. It has suffered from a major dearth of pickup game players lately, unfortunately. Not really doing anything multiplayer right now. I've been too busy sculpting with my free time. Wonder if Elegoo will do a DLP. I'm curious how that current consumer model DLP is going to turn out, because that technology is potentially very fragile, and it seems like they have developed a good way to maintain and repair it with just a simple internal module that you can swap out, which sounds very interesting to me, but I'm definitely on the wait and see with the DLP consumer printers. It's super accurate, and that is exciting. It pretty much does away with the pixel problem, which is very, very nice. Oh my god. What is happening? What even is going on here? Bark Axe Miniatures. Bringing down the thunder. Bark Axe, how you doing today, man? How was the stream? You might be trapped in advertisement hell, I'm not sure. We streamers don't always subscribe to one another, and sometimes we have to watch commercials. But I mean, I'm not going to be caught dead subscribing to somebody like Matt Yee. What if somebody saw my credit card statement? That'd be terrible. That'd be terrible. Witchcraft, welcome in. Oh my god, he is. He is. 0-month streak, baby. Barkax, how you doing today, man? I'm building some Conquest Steel Legion here at the moment. We've been working on a number of things today. I hope you had a good stream. What were you working on? Pathogen, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. New to the channel, what are you printing? So you can always hit !STL in chat, and as long as I've updated my commands, you should get a little readout on what I've got going on. I can just show you, though, because I'm printing currently another one of these pieces, which is a terrain piece that I designed for Conquest. It is currently unpainted, you might notice. All I have on it is a primer coat. But I sculpted a set of terrain pieces like this, and I've been printing them. Put in more work on the Valkyrie Queen from Loot Studios. They do some good stuff. Mindless Electron, howdy to you two. Welcome, welcome in. Barkax, thank you so much for that sub. Your support, but more than anything, just your presence and your interest means absolutely the world. Barkax is a very, very talented painter. Someone I have a great deal of admiration for, and if you're not following him already, I cannot recommend enough that you go smash that like and subscribe button, bro! Ding-a-ling that bell! Wait, this is the wrong platform for that. Just the follow button, that'll do. I work in Fusion 360 and ZBrush, Chen Popo. I do a lot of mechanical work. I'm gonna show it. I do a lot of Battletech stuff that has to be fairly precise because the game is played on a grid. I did this dropship, for instance. I like lots of little mechanical features, so I've got things like these snap-open internal mech bays that attach using these little internal pins. And this is why I like working in Fusion, because getting parts that are this mechanically precise in ZBrush is just not something that's, like, it can be done. It's not the easiest thing to do, so I do a lot of my blocking out and mechanical work in Fusion, and then I port those parts over to ZBrush to do my more organic work on them. This little pin slides in here, and that locks that on good and tight. This whole thing is FDM printed in different pieces and then locks together. I have a whole bunch of Battletech stuff. I've been working more in ZBrush lately. I made, for instance, this whole set of 3D printable bases and trays with magnet sockets. This was all done, prototyped in Fusion, and then sculpted and textured in ZBrush. Thank you for saying so, Barkax. I appreciate that. You never have to apologize for raiding and running. Raiding and running is the name of the game because you were just streaming, dude. Go get your nosh on. This mini set here, this mini is from Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. It's a theist priest, but the base and the tray are my sculpts. There's little magnetic connectors on the bottom. It has these little hero upgrade pieces that magnetize right down, so you can see what they're supposed to be upgraded with. I like making stuff. I've been printing and painting a lot of my own stuff lately, which is a good feeling. Alright, let's get these legs glued together. Witchcroft, I am so sorry. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, these go together? No? Oh, shit. Okay. Maybe these go together. Yeah, these go together. Okay. That I can work with. And I'm working on assembling some Steel Legion for Conquest at the moment. We're having just kind of like a hobby maintenance and menial task day. I woke up late and didn't really have time to prep any projects, so we're just kind of getting caught up on stupid little things I've been meaning to do for a while. Go ahead and clean that up a little bit. Even dropping 85%. Some of these barely fit my plates. Ooh, that's what she said. Conceivably. This, by the way, is the box for the Steel Legion. It has some really cool art on it. I like the look of these guys. They have a very, I think Vergatarung was saying, they have a very Dark Souls look to them. Barkax again, thank you so much for the raid, man. You have a fantastic night. Thanks for bringing your people in. The game is also dirt cheap. Wait, which one, B-Proxy? Which game are we talking about? Okay, these definitely don't go together. I think maybe I mixed up these two sets of legs, so let's try mixing them. Yes, these do go together. Wonderful. Conquest? I don't know if I would say dirt cheap. It's like, you know, everything's relative, and if you're coming from Games Workshop, I still don't think it's dirt cheap relative to Games Workshop. It is more reasonably priced, I think is a fair thing to say. They have some amazing bundle deals on it. On that, you're absolutely correct. If you get in with the bundles, and they have a lot of money-saving opportunities. In fact, I've got my own code for that. If the game interests any of you... Oh, that doesn't... Yeah, okay, there, that goes like that. If the game interests any of you, you can enter code Thunderhead at checkout on their online store to get 10% off your purchase. I think the models are all reasonably priced, they just have a lot of deals, bundles, and savings codes. What's it called again? Conquest what? It's a mouthful. It is Conquest, the last argument of Kings, and you can get a link to that by hitting !Conquest in chat. Their website has a lot of information, including art and lore and all kinds of shit. It also has multiple ways you can play the game, including a skirmish mode with a fewer number of models if you don't want to do the full rank and flank experience, which is understandable. Around here, the discounts are steep. Yeah, that's just it, B-Proxy. Like, if it weren't for the discounts, the retail prices are pretty much industry standard. But there are so many discounts. So, you do have a point. I think that's just to get the game started, and it'll be much more reasonably priced moving forward. They also have, like, their Founders exclusives, which, those are a bit pricey for me. I wanted the latest one they just released, the Joust, but it's like $160 for 2 models. They're very, very nice models, don't get me wrong. They're beautiful resin sculpts. I think that they're very much worth the money considering they're limited edition figures. They go together on a diorama base. They're lovely. They're in sort of an artisan package for someone who really, really, really wants them. I don't particularly, so I'm not getting in on the Joust. But I do love the rest of their figures. Oh, no, these legs go together. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, a number of streamers have one, Sahul. They're, the guys at Conquest have done a lot of work to spread the word about their game and to evangelize for it, and giving out discount codes is a big part of that. They want people to adopt the game. It's really, really hard for new games, for new IPs to get any sort of market share in this industry. They have to have something. They have to have some point that brings you in, and for them, it's making their product very, very affordable for quite some time. And I think it's paying off. Nope, not that leg. Nope, not that leg. That's the leg. You said you sculpted and printed your terrain. Do you mean physically sculpt and scan or 3D model, then print? 3D model, Mindless Electron. Now, there are definitely people now who are using things like laser scans to physically sculpt terrain, scan it in, modify it, and then reproduce it in 3D printing. I think that's really, really cool, but it's not something that I'm doing yet. I design in the 3D space and then print. Still debating if I want to get into a war game or not. Conquest is becoming more accessible. It's going to be... My best advice, Sahul, go to a gaming convention. Find one happening near you, depending on how large a city you live in or near. There may be one in the near future. They're kind of getting off the ground again after they all kind of died to the pandemic. They're starting to come back. Go to a gaming convention, because when you're at the convention, there will be, generally, teams of people demoing games. Usually this is the case. So you can kind of wander around and see a game and be like, hey, I'd like to try this out, and someone will kind of walk you through it. More and more people are doing that with Conquest, and that may be a good way to try before you buy, which I strongly recommend you play a war game before you buy into it. Unless you just really love the models and you want to own them anyway. And you also want to make sure that there are local players for the war game you're getting into, because founding a community by yourself is a lot of work, and unlike video games, if you don't have a local community for your war game, you just won't get to play it. Hopefully it's coming back. A Dodge, you have a good night, man. Thank you so much for hanging out, dude. I hope you had fun. I hope you enjoyed or got to experience my reading of Marvel Superheroes, an original Thunderhead story. Because that's never happening again. Conquest will look real good on my shelf. Oh, that's way too real for me. I feel fucking attacked. Brutally. Brutally so. Kalangoraivosa. Oh, that's a tough one for me. Cal and Goraiviosa. Oh, I'm not gonna... I don't know what to pull out of that one. Either way, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. What should I call you, though? That's gonna kill me. Oh, the matchup on this one is a little funny. Let me see. I want to line this part up like so. See if that'll stand up on its own. Yeah, that'll be fine. That'll be fine with a pin. Alright. Got some sets of legs done. I think we can do... Hang on. I want to do a little bit more. We're not going to do the Storm Report quite yet. You knew when we got started that we started late and we were going to go a little bit later than usual, folks. So just hold on to your britches. We will get to the Storm Report. Just call him Kal-El and be done with it. Wow, that's a better idea than what I had. Trying to look for a war game with models you like. Conquest is up there as far as models and such go. Warhammer is kind of up there, kinda. So I am not a big fan of Warhammer myself, but I try to be as objective as I can, particularly when it comes to advising people getting started in wargaming as a hobby. And the one thing I have to tell you about Warhammer, it is a safe buy. Warhammer, Age of Sigmar, Warhammer 40k, I may have my little issues with them as games, and I may have my issues with Games Workshop as a company. All this may be true. But they are safe purchases. And what I mean by safe purchases is if you, almost no matter where you live on the planet Earth, if you buy Warhammer, you will be able to find a game. That is one of the major things that they have going for them, is that automatic and powerful market share, that absolute dork inertia that they have going for them. So, you know, keep that in mind. Their start collecting boxes are usually fairly reasonably priced. Their models are really nice, they're easy to build, and they're very, very friendly to painters. I can't... Like, again, I try to be as objective as I can, and objectively speaking, I think that Warhammer 40k and Warhammer Age of Sigmar are very accessible, and they're very safe investments for new war gamers. Now, someone like me, I play a lot of fucking war games. I don't mind playing games that not a lot of people are playing. I don't have a problem evangelizing for new games and trying to build communities, but that's not something that I would jump into as a new player. I've been doing this for a long time. But will you like the people you have to play with? It depends. It definitely depends, Drakari. Conquest gets really good with the next 2 to 3 factions. I agree, B-Proxy. I think that next year is going to be the year of Conquest. With the Old Dominion coming out, the Weaver Courts, I'm really excited for the City-States. They are a Greek mythology-themed faction with, like, hoplites. I think they're going to have, like, minotaurs on monster bases. Like, I'm really, really excited for the City-States. Have to rope my brother in if I want to play with another living person. You know, there's something to be said for having... Honestly, if there's a family member who lives near you who is interested, who will play with you, that's one of the best wargaming experiences there is. Start in the same place, build your armies together, paint your armies together, play the game together, have fun. Don't worry about metagames, don't worry about winning, don't worry about tournament scenes. If you've got someone willing to do that with you, and you like a game, pick up the 2-player starter box for whatever game it is, and give it a try. I recommend Conquest is good. From Mantic, if you like sci-fi stuff, Dead Zone 3rd Edition just came out. Or comes out. Came out yesterday? Like, it just came out. Dead Zone 3rd Edition is a great one to get into. It's fast, it's easy to pick up, it's fun, it's action-packed, the models are good. Mantic is a good company, too. Captain Kyle Games, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, if you've got a situation like that, that's a great way to get into a war game, is with someone so you can both kind of grow and explore it together. It can be very daunting, particularly getting into something like Warhammer, because you'll feel like you're way out of the loop on things. Everybody knows more about the story, everybody knows more about the characters, everybody's talking about how Space Marines used to be. Like, you don't have to worry about any of that shit, you can discover it together. All 25 sets of numbers are done. Your self-inflicted torture is admirable, Vergata Rum. Are they going to explain why Old Dominion are nature elves that harmony with native life forms, but the other... So that's not the Old Dominion, WJ. You're thinking of the Weaver Courts. I don't know the story behind the Weavers. I think their lore is actually up on the website now if you want to look it up. They put up a bunch more lore articles recently. I think it's there. The Old Dominion are the undead faction. And they're like an empire... like a stagnated empire that has fallen back on necromancy to maintain its power. Spooky Boys, yeah, there you go. Yeah, not traditional undead. They're more utilitarian undead. But they are the undead faction, as far as speaking broadly in fantasy game terms. But you see what I'm doing right now, Sahul Pino, just get used to it, because this is going to be what a lot of your time is spent doing. Personally, I love this. The act of clipping parts out of a sprue and assembling them, this is one of my favorite, most relaxing parts of the hobby. No, so that's what you paint all your models with. Explains so much. Matt Yee, ladies and gentlemen, just raising the bar on the maturity level for tabletop gamers everywhere, making all of us streamers look good. Should probably try getting some of my metal minis and such primed and ready to paint after I finish up my starter sets. Yeah, just take it slow. I will tell you that it's very easy in this hobby to just get into a cycle of buying new minis and not painting them, and then feeling ashamed of the ones you haven't painted. Just do what's fun, man, because, maybe you just want to adopt a painting style that's really simple, where you like base coat, wash, dry brush, call it done. Maybe you're the type who wants to do more work on your models and get them all carefully together. Maybe you don't mind playing with unpainted armies. Like, feel it out. There's no real wrong answer. We all joke about the pile of shame, but if you're having fun and you feel like you're getting value for your money, you can't do it wrong. I don't really mind. Like, I call it the pile of shame, the shelf of shame. I do have feelings sometimes where I'm like, I should really paint more on my models, but, I keep working. What's going on with the Storm Report? We're just starting it late, Project Dark Fox. We started the stream late, and I want to get these legs glued together, and then we're going to launch into it. Content shelf, there you go. Just want enough to paint that can let me relax for a few hours without cutting into my writing. Just do what's fun. Weavers are the fundamentalist elves who don't like how the Spires wield their life-bending magic as biomancy. It makes sense, the Spires are horrifying fucking, they're body horror Giger elves, and they're one of the coolest factions in the game. I'm glad that they started with them. Because the Spire Elves are truly unsettling. Like, if you don't believe me, go to the website for Parabellum. Go to the Spire Elves art. They're truly unsettling. They're gross. And I had a brief conversation with the lead designer of Conquest. Apparently, the Spire Elves are based on a nightmare that he had, which I approve of. Terminator was based on a nightmare. A lot of good artists base their work on nightmarish visions. James Cameron had a fever, I think, when he was working on Piranha 2. and he had a fever dream that he was being chased by a murderous machine that would never stop hunting him. And a few years later, he made Terminator. I have the Tupperware of contentment. I like that. Half assembled, but I feel fine about it. That's all that matters, Pathogen. As long as you're having fun, as long as you feel good about it, then it's not the wrong answer, ever. It's the whole point of this. If you feel like you're getting value for your money, then that's it. That's the end of the question. Or the same happened with Sharknado. Yeah, Tara Reid did a goddamn mountain of coke and had a bad dream about a tornado full of sharks. I remember reading that. Oh, no, Tara Reid was the nightmare. I'm sorry, I must have misheard that story. Somebody had a nightmare, and Tara Reid was chasing them with a tornado full of sharks, and thus we get Sharknado. That makes more sense, honestly. She's a queen. How dare she's a queen of something. She is a queen of something. Had that nightmare after watching too much Scrubs before bed. Was Tara Reid ever in Scrubs? Is that a thing? I don't remember if she was. When I watch too much Scrubs, I have nightmares about Turk. She was Jordan's sister. I have no memory of that. I watched that show. I have no memory of that. I guess I do. Yeah, yeah. Vaguely. Now that you mention it, it has been a long time since I've watched Scrubs. And for those of you wondering, for those of you who are not familiar with Matt Yee, just ignore it. Just ignore it, it'll be fine. Hate those weird dreams after I get binging something. Fever dreams are the worst. I've had a few instances like that in my life where my brain is just that delirium. It doesn't really feel like you're getting any sleep. The night takes forever to pass, and the dreams are confusing, disorienting, and upsetting. I hate that feeling. And I can see how something like The Terminator could rise from a few nights like that. Wow, there's no floor on this thing, Dr. Rhino. You want to talk about all-time episodes that completely fuck me up? You want to talk about episodes that fuck me up? The Futurama dog episode. You know the one I'm talking about. I cry every fucking time. To the point where I just don't watch it anymore. Yeah, see? It hurts you. Me just mentioning it has caused you to experience pain. You figured that out just now, Captain Gingerbeard? Congratulations! Hey! I'm gonna push this button now because I haven't pushed it in a while. Enjoy. You know what's weird is that, and it's been true for the last few years, but internet culture is just culture now. Like, internet culture is just pop culture at this point. It has completely phased over into being the primary culture. It's a weird thing. Then who was phone? Oh, that's a good one. That's a classic. What about the Harry Potter fanfic? What are you doing, you motherfuckers? Dumbledore screamed. Classic. Or, hello, my name is Katie, or as some know me, the Penguin of Doom, holds up Spork. Whatever happened to Boxy, anyway? Damn it, WJ, why do you gotta... Don't make it worse. Don't make it worse. You're damn right I did. Because I am a walking meme. I'm not... Like, I know that I seem like a real human being, but I'm not a real human being. I'm basically a shitposting subreddit come to life. Actually, no. I can't possibly take that title while Matt Yee is in the chat. He is much closer to that than I am. Boxy had a brief comeback in some TV show. Or, like, really? Huh. She's still alive? I just assumed she died. High on resin fumes. Unfortunately, resin fumes won't get you high. They'll just, like, give you cancer. They're probably not cancer, but toxic shock. If only they were the kind that you could get high on. That would be something. I gotta get high on other stuff. Booty. Oh, what the fuck is this? I can't believe I still don't have a button set up so that I can switch over to my browser, but I don't. Data Nerd, would you send me a message to remind me to do that, like you've probably done at least twice before, and this time I swear to God I'll do it? Just set up a button so I can switch to a browser during the stream. It's amazing that I haven't done that yet. I'm so lazy. And that way we can look at memes together, like a family. Because ultimately, this is about family, and that's what's so powerful about it. It's about subverting expectations. As we know, the subversion of expectations is art in and of itself. And if you disagree, you probably hate women. That might be true, Project Dark Fox, but I would contend, in response, and this is something you should consider, you can't stop me. And that is technically true. And my real name, for that matter. Conceivably. Actually, did I ever send you anything with my real... I mean, it's not really that hard to find out. I don't take a great deal of effort to conceal it, because I don't really care that much. Can't stop you, but we can pester. You can send Riot Sister. She does kind of know where I live. She has my personal cell phone number. I would vote Yee 2024. I'd be on that fucking train. Insofar as I've also voted for Vermin Supreme. And insofar as I would have voted for Lord Buckethead if I had been in England at the time. Oh, that's true. That's true. Was it Lord Buckethead? No, Buckethead is the musician. The other guy's name was something else, wasn't it? It might have been Lord Buckethead. He was running prior to Brexit. We are almost done, folks. Last leg to clean, then we glue, and then we're going to roll into the storm report. Those of you who might not be aware, we might have some new people tonight. We do an art share segment at the end of every stream known as the Storm Report. It is a place for you to share your work with the stream, maybe just to show off, maybe just to feel good, maybe to ask for some commentary, maybe to ask for some tips or some advice. Any of these things are acceptable. We'd love to see your art if you feel like sharing it with us. It doesn't necessarily have to be miniatures, though, a lot of the time. It is, if you're curious at all about this, if you'd like to share some of your work, if you'd like it to be seen on stream, it is so easy to participate in. All you have to do is jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which is as simple as hitting !Discord in the chat, or clicking the Discord button down below.
Welcome,
my
everyone,
face.
to Thunderhead Studios.
This is
Where
important.
the only rule is
Please don't show me your genitals. Please don't.
have fun, be safe, and above all,
Don't show them to me. For the love of God. Don't do it. Go ahead and post some pictures. Don't make them of your cash and prizes. Please make them of some art that you did. And you're thinking to yourself right now, but Thunderhead, my cash and prizes are art. They're so lovely. That may be true. Please don't put them on my Discord regardless. I look forward to seeing them. Oh, those legs don't go together. Those legs go together. Get my plastic glue. I just need a little bit more. Just a dabble, do you? Fantastic. I'm really excited about that, man. I'm gonna say it again. I know I say it a lot, but I only say it because it's true, folks. For those of you who out there who might be new to the hobby, who might need to hear this, you are your own worst critic. And I don't just mean that you're harshest on your own work. That's probably true too. But in kind of a counterintuitive way, we, as painters, as artists, as hobbyists, are often the least qualified people to judge our own work. You know your own work, you know every brushstroke, you know every mistake, you know what you meant it to look like, and you know how it doesn't look exactly how you meant it, and you're never going to be totally satisfied with it, which is why you need other people's eyes on your work. You need someone else to say, hey man, I love this one thing that you did, because the fact is you might have a style and not realize it, so I strongly encourage everyone to share your work. And the Storm Report is a great place to get started if you're feeling a little uncomfortable with that, so please feel free to share. But I make chicken scratches. Yeah, Rio's a shitty artist. Like, we keep telling him, you know, like, oh yeah, good job, Rio, wonderful, ha ha ha, you know, good effort, but it's abysmal. It's sad, really. And for the record, I feel bad even making that joke, and I only feel comfortable doing it because Rio's been around as long as he has. Rio's Thunderhead Studio alumni. Oh shit, I just got banned from my own stream. Oh no. Is this a first? Is this a first in Twitch history? Are we breaking new ground? Mod banned streamer from own stream? I'm glad I'm here for it. Nope, that's wrong. There we go. Oh, data nerd, thank you. I'll drink water when I'm done drinking beer. Also, Sehul Pinu, since I know you're going to be building a lot of styrene models, which is what this is. You'll see people refer to it as HIPS, which is, I believe, stands for High Impact Polystyrene. Is that right? Either way, generally speaking, all these models in this hard gray plastic that come on sprues are usually styrene. Styrene models, you don't have to use super glue on. You can use this stuff, plastic cement, plastic glue, it's also called. Liquid cement for plastic models, as this is called. This will actually melt the plastic, so that when you then combine the pieces, they melt together into one piece of plastic. I do recommend this if you're building a lot of styrene models. Anything else, resin, metal, etc., you want to use super glue for all of those. This type of glue is only good for the one type of model. But there are... yes, like styrene foam. Very good, Matt. Very good. Someone get him a fucking cookie. Science melting plastic for you. Fuck yeah, science, man. This is the power of math, people. God damn, I fucking hate Star Trek Discovery. Why did I just reference it? Need to upload a new of the Rhino Razorback. Dude, I'd love to see it, DJ. I'm being a little messy with my build today. How you doing, Bitterbrush? It's good to see you, man. Oh, so what you're saying, Project Dark Fox, is you can't ban me, but I can ban you! Of course, then I wouldn't have any mods. I'd have to do this all on my own, so no, that's not gonna happen. Hey, you know what? We got some good building done today, folks. We got some good model building done today. Did not build the entire set, but we got through the legs and torsos of the entire set, which will go together like so, to make some big, tall, armored mans. Let's have a look at the back of the box so we can see what these guys are eventually going to be. Butts. Mindless Electron, I genuinely try to be as objective as I can when people ask me questions like that. So, in the most objective possible sense, Star Trek Discovery is a perfectly fine, modern action... I don't even want to call it sci-fi, it's just kind of like an action-adventure show. Action-adventure drama. If that's all you're after, if you don't have a great history with Star Trek, if you're not a big fan of the old shows, you'll be fine with it. You'll probably enjoy it. If you're coming to it from the perspective of loving the old shows like Star Trek The Next Generation, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and even Enterprise, well, no, it's actually similar to Enterprise in many ways, but if you're a fan of the old... Yeah, the Mushroom Drive would have been really nice for Janeway. If you're a fan of, like, The Next Generation, you're probably not going to get much out of Discovery. It's a completely different style of show. Here we have, this is what our Steel Legion will look like when we're done. Though, potentially with a slightly better paint job, I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. They're very cool models, and they are very, very Dark Soulsy, aren't they? The Steel Legion is one of the oldest fighting forces in the Tellian Empire, taking its name from the storied legions of the Old Dominion, tracing its origins to the very first professional armies the Emperor fielded. Only the Orders can claim a more storied or glorious past.
In the absence of an emperor, the Steel Legion is the most prosperous and powerful mercenary company in the Empire. They sell their services widely, but only to those families that are waging war outside the Empire or who have a casus belli recognized by the Imperial Conclave. Their wealth is supplemented by a standing contract with the Office of the Imperial Chamberlain. This is the most boring flavor text. To protect Argem from all aggressors. The nobles view this contract as little more than artifice, a mechanism for the Office of the Chamberlain to support one of the strongest and staunchest allies of the Imperial Mandate behind a veneer of neutrality. To this day, no noble house has been willing to directly challenge the Steel Legion on these or any other grounds.
Yeah, I think my story was better. Ooh, yeah, fucking contract law. These guys are so badass that they circumvent old contracts. They circumvent the laws of the land with contracts. They represent the rise of the merchant class in the world. It is not very exciting. I do appreciate the lore of the 100 Kingdoms, but it is not the most exciting text. What's printing in the upper corner? Yes. You can always hit exclamation point STL to get a readout, mindless electron, but it is another one of these. This specific piece that I'm making for myself, which is my terrain sculpt. Still need to paint that one. I also have this companion piece to it, which is a little bit shorter and then just wider on top. I don't have black primer down on this one yet. Pretty happy with these though. They're flat on top. The idea, and you'll notice also the footprint, the bottom is the same width as the top, and the idea is to have raised surfaces that you can use that look natural, that don't sacrifice play space. That's something that always bugs me in wargame terrain, is when you have like a slope that's like 2 or 3 inches wide, you can never put a model on there, and you just have areas that are like, nope, don't go there. Natural hills are always a challenge in that way. Alright, let me do a little bit of cleanup. We'll roll right into the storm report. Only about an hour late, but we started about an hour late, so I think that matches up. How do movement trays work with steps? So, in the context of Conquest, Matt Yee, since you're asking, what you would do is there are 2 types of terrain. There is zonal terrain, which trays can move partially into, and there's garrison terrain, which if you move a regiment into or up to terrain with a march action, you can then occupy it up to its maximum limit of occupancy based on model stands. So if you were to say this terrain has an occupancy of 3, then your crossbowmen would go march, 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 and if they hit the side of it, you just go bloop, and you put them on top. And then in game rule terms, in you know the rules themselves, at that point their footprint is the edge of the piece of terrain. So if you then move another force, like say these household knights over here, were to charge them, no matter where they are on the piece of terrain, if they get up to the edge of it and boop like that, they are now attacking them. It's pretty straightforward. Like my little visual demonstration, isn't that nice? The steps are there mostly to allow you to use this terrain with other game systems that don't work that way. I'm hesitant to try printing anything without a resin printer because I'm still newish to 3D printing and I'm afraid of how the layer lines would look. Don't worry, the mindless electron, there are so many things you can do to counteract the layer line issue. It is, let me just tell you this. If you haven't done it yet, whatever concerns you have about it, I promise you, they're overblown. There are a lot of things you can do to mitigate the effect of layer lines. Most notably, if your designer is smart, and they make their details good and deep and crisp, what you do is you take filler primer, like automotive filler primer, and just spray the bejesus out of it. It fills in all those layer lines, and you will, honestly, you'll never notice them. Like, in fact, this is a good way to see. Because on this, you can definitely see the layer lines up here, where I haven't done the filler primer, because you don't see this part on the tabletop, so you can see the layer lines. But as you get further down here, you'll notice you can't really see them very well. And it's because I blasted this thing with like 4 coats of filler primer. There's a little bit of loose thread there I need to break off. But you can get pretty good looking terrain. I love FDM printing. I make fine things with FDM. This is FDM. These trees. And you can barely tell there are layer lines on this. Like I said, there are ways to mitigate this. People overblow the effect of layer lines on final prints, in my opinion. I do a lot of printing on both types of printer. And I would just mention again, if anybody out there is looking to get into 3D printing, if you have any questions, I know that this sounds self-serving, but check out the Thunderhead Studio Discord. I say this because we have a lot of 3D printers on the Discord. A lot of people who use printers all the fucking time. It's where I go for advice. You can definitely get some there too. You can start with FDM for $200, but you can start with FDM for $160, man. The Neptune 2 goes for $160 on sale. I'm gonna have to paint this guy soon. This is off of an Elegoo Mars. This is a resin printed figure. Some of you may recognize this as Vernon Roach from the Witcher game series. And I love this fucking character, and I love his design. He is going to be my Imperial officer for my Conquest forces. Dude, Bitterbrush, I was really close to painting a lot of my forces as the blue stripes from The Witcher, for that matter. It gets more affordable every year. It gets more affordable every month. This technology is advancing at a pace that is honestly difficult to keep up with. Most of what I have at this point in models is 3D printed. Hell, you want to see? Here. This model is printed on an Ender 3. This is an FDM model. If you know what you're doing, if you're willing to put in the time to learn how to do it, you can get some pretty good prints. Now, I'll show you the weak part of it too. The back of him looks like shit because of the angle that he printed at. So there's a give and a take. But you can get some decent looking models if you're willing to take the time and do the maintenance. This is one of the first things I ever printed, actually. And his base that he's standing on too, which I love being able to customize things like this. Hell. No, that's not FDM, that's resin. Never mind. I was about to lie to you, and I decided not to. Time, maintenance, bye! Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Bitterbrush, you can always just buy stuff from Steel Warrior Studios. Would I need a good PC as well? Not really. Not really. Your printers, some people connect their printers to their PC actively. I don't with any of mine. My printer does, or my computer does the slicing, and then I take the sliced files, which is just, slicing is taking a 3D file and converting it into a set of instructions for the mechanisms of the printer. That's what slicing is. So you slice the file, you put that onto an SD card, you put that card into the printer, and then you let the printer do its thing. Some people like to plug their printer into their PC and let the PC send commands directly. I've had nothing but problems with that, so I just don't do it. That's pretty fantastic. I can recommend the Mars 2 Mono. I run one of those and one of the Mars 1 V1s, and it's a fantastic printer. Just got an Ender 3 Pro, seemed to be the best price to performance at the time, and it was on sale. Nice. I ran an Ender 3 version 1 for about 2 years, I guess 2.5 years, with almost no downtime. I mean, like, running it like nearly 24/7. And it is only very recently that it has developed enough mechanical problems that I'm, like, looking to replace it instead of fix it. And even that's only because it has made me enough money that I feel fine getting rid of it. I'm gonna give it like a Viking funeral. We're gonna give it a funeral pyre. It has been a noble and steady companion. Alright, give me 1 second, let me grab a beer and then we're gonna roll into the storm report, folks. I'll be right back. You know, PDF, I'm not even convinced that he knows he's doing it anymore. Like, at first I thought it was like a funny joke, like he was just being contrarian and he had this like really kind of advanced sense of humor. And at this point, I think it's the glue fumes. I'm pretty sure. One of the first things I'm going to try to do to my Ender, buy a Raspberry Pi and make it Wi-Fi connected. I see you're already getting into the hobby aspect of 3D printing, Mindless. I'm not gonna say don't do it. I'm just gonna say, watch out. Because the tinkering can quickly become the whole fucking point. And then that's all you're gonna be doing. I did a lot of that at first, and these days I run my printers almost stock because I'm just trying to just make stuff. But if you're having fun, that's what matters. Wow, going from the triple to the fat tire is interesting. The triple is so kind of hoppy and so heavy that it makes the fat tire taste fruitier than it usually does. Very interesting. Very interesting. Let me get this pulled up here. Bing, bang, boom. Got that on my side, ready to go. Let's have a look.
All right, locusts and gentlemen, get ready to feast your eyes on glowed paint and wet palettes with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report, brought to you by viewers like you.
There we go. As is good and proper. Let's have a look. Not sure if I get into the tinkering bit. I just want to not have to walk across the house every time to collect the flash drive. I found that the direct connection to the PC, you can. Here's the problem with it, Mindless Electron, and please, do what you like and experiment with it and see how it works out. But my problem with it is that if there is even a tiny interruption, if there's even a tiny interruption in the connection, your printer will just fucking stop. And you can, like, have been printing something for 48 hours and have a few hours left and have the print just end. I think that it is safer to use the SD card because that way all the data is hard in the machine itself, and it won't have that problem. All it takes is you losing your first, 72-hour print, and you'll probably hate that. But, experiment. Try it. See if you like it. Oh, excuse me. My God. That's what I'm saying. I've done that, Electron, and that was when I stopped doing the direct wire option. Because I think my power saving on my PC kicked in and it interrupted my print, and I lost like 2 days of progress. Even with the USB cable, it's not perfect because your PC has to be constantly routing information to your printer. If there's any interruption at all, it can completely fuck your print up. And even restarting your print won't necessarily be perfect. It is safer to use the SD card option, in my opinion. But, give it a try. See what you can land on. It's nearly Halloween, Matt Yee. Are you not dressing up for your streams? What's wrong with you? I could have sworn you were... Yeah, I was in your stream earlier. You had a fuckboy costume on. I saw it. That's... Come on, man. That was rude. I'm sorry, Matt Yee. What's funny is he was actually dressed more what you would consider normal than he often is. Like, oh, excuse, it's a fuck man costume. I apologize. I had the wrong idea. Alright, let's have a look at what we're sharing here. Up first from Sahul Pinel. I have washed and dry brushed the first layer, but I have no idea if I did the skeleton right. Worried I wiped off too much of the paint, went too hard, and overrode the wash. The desert sand color is really hard to tell with /C for me. Actually looks pretty good. For a first time doing a wash and dry brush, you got some decent shadows in there. You've left enough of the wash in the recesses that the individual bones are picked out. There's room for improvement, certainly. Like, absolutely there's room for improvement. I've seen a lot of these skeletons painted. Merman. I think I got the black lung pop. I have seen many of this specific skeleton painted, and I will say this is in the upper half of quality levels for first-time paint jobs. You have good brush control too. I'm noticing that you haven't slopped your paint around too much. You've got your metallics where they belong. You did a good job separating the color for the arrow shafts, the fletching, and then the quiver. All in all, I think this is for just starting off. This is some good work. Just practice. Practice your washing and dry brushing. I would say when you're doing washing and dry brushing together, there are advantages to doing it both ways. There are advantages to washing and then dry brushing. There are advantages to dry brushing and then washing. Try it both ways. See what you like, see what works. Washing and then dry brushing will give you more contrast. Dry brushing and then washing will give you smoother transitions. So it really kind of depends on what you're doing. But, give it a shot. I also would strongly recommend, and this is something I'm going to start doing, for our Thunderheads Home for Wayward Paint starter sets, I always include one sable brush. It is a either a number 1 or a number 2 of Game Envy's sable brushes, which are fantastic. I'm going to start including an ELF contouring makeup brush because they're not very expensive and they are the best goddamn dry brushes on the planet. So I recommend if you're going to be doing dry brushing, pick yourself up an ELF makeup brush. It's a contouring brush. It looks like this. These are the best dry brushes. The best dry brushes. Now talk about glazes. Let's not get too into it, Kurosawa. It's okay. Fun fact, the quiver hides the fact that I missed the segment of the ribs on the back, so that's gonna bring me to another good point for you to keep in mind. You don't have to paint every part of a model. Don't fall into the trap of thinking you need to paint every single detail on a model. Paint the parts that you're gonna see. I will tell you that when I started making models, I started with Games Workshop Space Marines, and I can't tell you how many chest eagles. I used to assemble Space Marines. I'd build most of the body, I'd leave the bolter off. And then I would paint the bolter, I would paint the chest eagle, and then I would attach the bolter because the bolter covers up the chest eagle. It makes sense, right? So you can access it. You can't fucking see it because the bolter covers it. Do you have any idea how much time I wasted painting that shit? It was, like, if you want to do it, that's fine. There are nutballs out there who make, like, rhinos, and they go inside and they paint the inside of the rhino, and then they glue it shut. I think they're out of their fucking minds. But if it makes them happy, go ahead and do it. I personally choose to skip it. Supernaut, welcome in. How you doing, man? It's good to see you. Like my Halloween costume? I'm wearing this all week, baby. All week. You can see part of the eagle. Well, paint that part. Fuck the rest of it. That's okay, WJ. It takes all kinds. Honestly, really good work on this, man. This shows a lot of promise. Keep practicing. Like I said, I've seen a lot of these skeletons painted. This is one of the better ones I've seen. Here we have from Magnatorius Maximus, Cyber Knight, our very own Metalcore Collectibles. Cower before the might of Magnatorius Maximus. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Ugh. What company was this? This was a Kickstarter, wasn't it? I feel like I remember this being a Kickstarter, these magnetic unit trays. Because these are like big magnetic trays that you can attach metal things to. I'm not sure exactly what I expected. I'm not totally sure. It wasn't exactly this. And then it's going, screw, you missed all that after the wash then dry brush I was giving good advice too. Well, yeah, watch it on the VOD, and I hope that you find it helpful, man. That's how you catch tigers, Supernaut, is obviously with a tuna sandwich. That's what they eat in the wild. Come on, get with the program. Make a bunch of them now like battle foam. Oh, there is a bunch of them. A bunch make them now like battle foam. Oh, that sentence is completely different depending on how you read it. It makes sense. This is a great transport option. That's a lot of mechs. That's a lot of mechs, Cybern Knight. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop. By the way, could we get a shout out for Rockin' Robin Workshop? I don't know if we've had one this stream. He's been hanging out in chat the whole time. Rockin' Robin is a personal friend of mine, a fucking amazing painter, and a really good dude who is starting his own Twitch stream here in the near future. He has done a cup. Do another one, please. Thank you very much. Who has started doing his own stream here on Twitch. This is one you're going to want to be in. He is an incredibly, like, I try to really separate painters by what sets them apart, sets their skill set apart from other people who do similar things. If I could describe Rockin' Robin in one word, it would be efficient. Which might not sound like the greatest compliment, but I think that Robin would take that in the spirit in which it's given. His paint jobs are very, very efficient and very effective. He doesn't waste a lot of time with frou-frou, but he does paint jobs that look really, really good with achievable techniques and potent color combinations, and I always enjoy seeing them. Scarecrow done. I figure I'd do him up for Halloween, since he does have the pumpkins on him. I think next is Man-Bat, or Signal Man. I want to see your Man-Bat. Which, that's not a euphemism. It kind of sounds like one, but it's not one. Ooh, look at this. Look at this NMM shine on the side. That is nice. This is what I mean by efficient. It's high contrast, it's visually striking, it's got good composition, and then he picks the parts of the model that really deserve attention and he gives it to him to add interest. You just finished Man-Bat? Fuck yeah. Man-Bat always makes me sad. His story is really tragic. What about Green Goblin and Hobgoblin? Man-Batman. Night Model shared Scarecrow. Oh, they shared this one? Dude, that's fucking awesome. Hell yes. Well deserved. Well deserved, Rockin' Robin. Guys, make sure you go give him a follow. You're not going to want to miss his streams. He is a fantastic painter and a really good dude. Also, he has his own art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. If you want to check out some more of his truly incredible Batman and Night Model-centric work, he just did a Solomon Grundy. I personally love his more obscure models. He has done, like, Kite Man, Condiment King, Polka Dot Man. Like, these are some of my favorite models that he has done. Want to see my bat? These are terrible rules. These are terrible rules. I agree to nothing. Oh, no. Hang on. I gotta see if my audio is working. My audio routing is so shitty. It'll just take me a second. One moment.
Fuck you, role player!
Wait, did that play? I don't think it did. Oh, it might have, actually. Whoops. Okay. Well, I didn't have to change anything. Pro streamer, ladies and gentlemen, stand back. Okay, I warn you, this might be... Chaotic Harmony lately has been playing a lot of Foxhole, and as a result, like, his entire sense of humor has come to revolve around the particulars of that game. So if you don't understand what the hell's going on, he's probably talking about Foxhole, and I apologize on his behalf. Let's bring Pretzel down for just a moment here. Let's see what we have to listen to.
Fuck you, role players! If you're dumb enough to want fun this weekend, you're a big enough schmutz to come play World War II Simulator. Tech bullshit, cheaters that aren't banned, alts! If you think you're gonna have any fun with Foxhole, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker, you'll put up with our bullshit. Guaranteed! If you find a cheating player, shove the proof up your ugly ass. You heard us right, shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your videos, bring your screenshots, bring your proof. We'll delete it. That's right, we'll delete your proof. Because at Siege Camp Games, you're ignored 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to the official channels, home of challenge simping. That's right, challenge simping. How does it work? If you can simp for our bad moderation decisions and not get bored, you get a free mod position. Don't post on FOD, don't post on Reddit, don't fuck with reviews or we'll ban your account. Only at Siege Camp, the only dev team that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute our player base drops, so you better not leave or this game's dead, motherfucker. Go cry in Discord. Siege Camp, Steam's filthiest and exclusive home to the worst mod team imaginable, guaranteed.
Chaotic. We're entering Groundhog Day territory. Chaotic. we're circling back to the MechWarrior Online days. Yeah, here we have Chaotic's gonna get banned from another game, so let's go. For background, the dev of Foxhole lets literal cheaters off with a 2-week ban and permabans a group of people for doing roleplay during an on-war period. Got me banned from both the Reddit and the dev Discord. I appreciate the rabble-rouser that Chaotic is. I am a kindred spirit who often falls afoul of authoritarian buttholes in that sense. I'm looking forward to the stream that arises from Chaotic getting banned from yet another game, because I have to say the stream that arose from him getting banned from MechWarrior Online was one of the greatest streams I've ever witnessed. It was just 12 hours of grievances, and it was pure schadenfreude. It was amazing. Well, thank you for sharing your salt with us today, Chaotic. There's a certain familiarity. Yeah, we've been here before, haven't we? That model said DC and Marvel Universe, they lost their Marvel license, and I think someone else makes Crisis Protocol. Yes, Dracari, that would be Atomic Mass Games. The Marvel Crisis Protocol is a fine game. Alright, let's come down here. We have from Rio, Hassenpfeffer, currently in a 2-hour meeting. That should have been an email. Did this in about 20-something minutes. Now I have an hour or so left. You gotta rub it in. You gotta rub it in, doing quality art in 20 minutes with a ballpoint pen. Also, look at them boobies. I mean, obviously, this is a big focus of the art piece. Very nice. Booba. Nice booba. This is why I appreciate about Rio's art style. Clearly, he can do the booba. But then when he does a sketch of, like, Cat, he very clearly delineates, like, I'm not gonna focus on booba for this one. We're gonna do mostly face and attitude. It's classy, really. For someone who does as much booba as Rio does. Very classy artist. If you want booby so much, you should attend my Picardo screen. I was actually on yours really, really early this morning, PDF. I didn't say anything. I was just, I was hanging out. Oh, you threatened him. Well, that explains. That explains a lot. Cat with booba? No, we're not. No. Here we have Project Dark Fox, a little headshot commission for a close friend. She has cyber eyes. Ooh, that's nice. One of my greatest pleasures in being a part of this stream and being a part of this community is watching artists grow, is watching that change, watching that advancement, watching new techniques, new concepts start to come into play, and watching improvement happen one iteration at a time. I think it's educational. It's something that I see in myself, and it's hard to observe in other people. But your blends, your shading, and your light sources on this Project Dark Fox are a marked, I don't want to say an improvement over previous, I mean it is an improvement over previous work. This represents growth. This is excellent. This is striking. And I love the cyber eyes. Very nicely done. Green Eye reminds me of the cover art for Red Alert. Oh, it kind of does, yeah, with the little, like, reticle circling the iris. I could totally see that. Very nice. Very nicely done, Project Dark Fox. I am sure that your close friend is very, very pleased by this. Here we have from Squared, work continues on our Somerset Strikers. The red is going down, and I can't be more excited to see it. That's definitely the color I'm always the most excited by on the Somerset Strikers. That's what sets them apart as fucking cartoon characters more than anything else. Good choice of red. Kind of soft. Not too saturated, not too crazy scarlet, which would really make it look kind of weird. Sort of softer, a little brown, a little pinkish. Good shading on these too. The detailing on the bushwhacker is coming out nice. Keep up the damn good work, Square. These are looking fantastic. Are you going to do the whole group of the Somerset Strikers, or are we only doing a couple of them? I'm curious. I'm very curious. We've got two of the most iconic mechs here, but there were a few more in the group. Very nice work. Here we have from Kursala in this episode of Redacted. In this episode of Make Thunderhead Feel Lazy. Oh, shit. That's not hard at all. We have the beginnings of a fodder system for our birds. It's going to be used for sprouting some seeds. We can get them some fresh greens over the winter. Each gutter piece is 5 feet long, and there's going to be a total of 10 segments. When it's fully set up, each segment will be 1 day of sprouts, and then gets replaced with freshly germinated seeds. Looking closely, you can see where I fucked up the measurements twice, then settled on green crayon for the final location of the studs. I feel like I'd have to stare at it a little while. Well, okay, like this is probably a mismeasurement since it's just slightly shifted off and aligned with only one of them. It's interesting though. I guess it's meant to roll together? I don't fully understand the system looking at it, but I'm curious about it. Does anyone else find great pleasure in cleaning their brushes? You know, Captain Gingerbeard, that's fucking exciting. Because, brushes that are left dirty are a tragedy every single time. If you're sitting there cleaning your brushes during the storm report, I'm glad that I give you a nice, easy, repetitive point to do that to every time.
Lather them up good with a silicone exfoliator and master's soap.
How do you make that sound like so nauseating for Gatarung? It sounds like somehow lascivious coming from you.
Yeah. I take those brushes and I lather them up with some... Lather them up real good. With some of that silicone.
I'm not doing it, that's for Gatarung. Don't blame me. He's the weirdo. God. Ugh. It's nice looking work. It's nice clean looking work once you cover up all the markings that you made. At any rate. And then you can pretend like you did it on purpose the whole time, Kursala. Fucking exciting, man. Nicely done. Here we have from Dracari, literally took the shirt off my back to film this. Oh, weird. Trying to follow some of those Thunderhead miniature photography recommendations. Did a couple of thin layers of pink over the zenithal, then a sloppy single coat of Leviathan blue contrast. Contrasts over zenithal feel like cheating. No. That's just a good fucking idea is what it is. Was this kind of what you were suggesting? I've got a red and black contrast, thinking about washing them over the shadows of the pink and blue respectively. Also tempted to leave the rock alone, but I will have to figure out painting the dead tree soon. Let's pull this up. I like this. This is looking pretty damn good, actually. And yeah, this is generally what I had in mind. We have a good warm to cool temperature contrast here. The black is very blue, which I like, and the pink has a decent vibrancy to some of the middle pieces. This is looking really good. I wouldn't focus, like, if you were going to do anything to the rock, you're saying leave the rock alone. If I were going to do anything to this, come in with an almost pure white dry brush and just hit a few parts. And I'm talking, like, hit right here, where there's this little bit of detail. Hit right here, where there's this transition. Hit down here, where you have this sharp transition down to the dark shadows. Just hit a few spots to add a little bit of visual interest, but not so much that it's covered or that it's drawing attention away from the dragon. Just accent it, just accentuate it. But the colors on the dragon are looking fantastic. I'm liking that a lot. Though that's really nice work. I think you could push that further, but as far as like all the details popping out, the contrast is really nice, the colors are interesting. This is a good looking figure. Nicely done. Very, very nicely done. Looks like a plucked chicken. Oh, it does look a little delicious. When you finish adding supports and you hit delete by mistake instead of a slice, Baron Hidicule, let's just call it practice. It builds character. I like the shirt came off to shoot the mini. Matt Yee wants to see your smooth chest. Turn the camera around and let's drizzle that oil, boy. Yeah. Again, I'm quoting Matt Yee. This isn't me saying these things. Moving on, here we have from Mafik. If someone is annoying at you, throw a rock slime at them. Don't worry, the slime likes to be flying. That is... Mafik, I love you, man. I'm gonna. You know what? I'm gonna read them in the voice. If someone's annoying at you, throw a rock slime at him. Don't worry, the slime likes to be flying. There's like I know that Mafik has almost certainly English as a second language, which results in some slightly funny grammar. But I always get the gist of what he's saying, and I love the way that it's worded. Mafik, I don't know if you're here right now. Let's take a moment to say thank you for sharing your art with us. Honestly, dude, you're an interesting and inspiring member of the community, and I love your creativity. I absolutely love your Yeah, calm down, Matt. Just take a moment and go get your fucking lube. You've got a second. Jesus. Sister Eldrina having conversations with other void nuns at the garden. I don't know what a void nun is, but I'm interested. Rock slimes live in nearby active volcanoes and are immune to lava. They often stay away from their herd. They often move away from their herd and end up with other herd slimes of a different kind. Has a strong rock skin, like a rock, obviously. Of course, that makes sense. And they like being thrown because they like to fly. Fun fact, a bigger rock slime can be recruited for crushing scab. My brain read crusting scab. That is a horrible combination of words. A bigger rock slime can be recruited for crushing scrap metals. And most likely, it eats rock from hot volcanoes. That's some thickness. Hugging a giant carrot, hanging around with them rock slimes. I'm not this creative. I'm just not. Yeah, of course, all the slimes generally look pretty happy. Captain Gingerbeard. Does that slime have a fucking Panzerfaust? Yes, it does. Like, I don't think that I've properly communicated to people. And Mafik, I want you to take this in the best possible way. I want you to understand when I say this, that I say it with absolute appreciation. Your mind is a bizarre place. And I really mean that with absolute love. It's so creative and so off the wall. It gives me things that I never knew I wanted to see until they were right there in front of me. Zippy701, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Mafik's art. Mafik has his own art channel on the Discord, guys. I recommend you go check it out. He has a hell of a style and a hell of a world that he's building. I have to say, great detail on the fish. Oh yeah. Oh, Matt Yee likes that thickness. Oh god. All right, let's move on to what we have next here from Pun Expected. More Kiki, got some color shifting pigments on the backpack being worked on. Also, selfish plug. I'll be co-streaming with Steel Rebel this Friday about 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm gonna be there. Oh, am I ever gonna be there? This is coming together nice. Looks like we've repeated the green just the tiniest little amount down here. Last time we looked at this, I think I said I'd like to see the green in just one spot. But I think this is a good idea. Just the littlest bit to kind of balance it out across the figure. It doesn't jump out at you quite like this one does. but it balances it nicely. Liking the color of the backpack. I don't think we got it from directly in front last time. We didn't get a chance to see this piece. Supernaut Mafik's art is enthralling. Enthralling. The color scheme is fucking excellent. I love the skin tone and the transition up here with like the cyberware and the little avidity around the eyes. The green to white to blue transition, very, very soft in the hair color here. Lots of interesting contrast between our magenta, our blue, our yellow, our orange, and the real pale skin tone with the bits of magenta. This is some fine work, pun expected. Very, very nice. And co-streaming with Steal a Rebel. Ooh, lucky man. Lucky man. Steal a Rebel's a good co-streamer. Steal a Rebel and I are also going to be doing another co-stream. By the way, we are doing our Supercell paint along. If you want to participate in this, it is still possible to do so by jumping onto the Thunderhead Studio Discord, checking out the Supercell channel. We did a little bit of voting. We got about 10 people involved. It looks like the most votes went to the Trick or Treat. I don't remember his name. The little kid, the sackhead kid from Trick or Treat with the little lollipop that he stabs people with. We're going to be printing one of those out and painting it. I believe we're shooting for next week on the 2nd of November. We're working out the exact time, but Steal a Rebel and I will be co-streaming painting the same mini at the same time. And if you guys want to, you can go ahead and print out the same mini. It is available for free. Paint along with us. About a week after our co-stream, we're going to be having a special edition Storm Report called the Supercell, where everybody who has painted that mini, go ahead and post your results, and we'll just go over the whole thing and talk about the experience. I think it's going to be a good time. Lovely work, Pun Expected. Lovely. And thank you for sharing. I love Pun Expected's work. It's so damn colorful. Here we have from Mech Priest. Bit of progress since last show, and going to be a long-winded army. I think it's going to pay off, though, man. These extra colors coming in are very, very exciting. I love the illumination on the bottom surface of the tabard here. This glow coming up from the bottom looks phenomenal. Catching, yeah, you said, all the way up to the waist, so we have it catching on the head here, hanging. Really love, this is a hell of a color. On the staff, damn, that is vivid. Really, really fantastic. These are Eldar Harlequins, if I'm not mistaken. I think you mentioned that last time. Matt Yee, you can find it in the Supercell channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. It is the sackhead boy from Trick or Treat. By the way, I should mention we're going to be having our movie night this Saturday the 30th on the Discord, where we will be watching Trick or Treat. So if you're not sure who the character is that we're going to be painting, show up on Saturday, pop into the Discord, jump into the movie night, and watch it with us, because Trick or Treat is a fantastic movie. A really, really great movie. This is fucking awesome. Yeah, this is going to be a long-winded army. I see what you mean. This is going to take a while, but I think it's going to pay off. This is visually striking in the extreme, and I love the yellows that you're using here. You've got those pinks and reds down in the shadows, and it's so vibrant, so saturated. Its name is Sam. Yes, thank you, WJ. It's been a while since I've watched it. Here we have from Dr. Rhino, test scheme for the Fremen Gene Stealer cultist. Dr. Rhino, never missing an opportunity to jump on the latest pop culture bandwagon due to his creative bankruptcy. God, I hope he's not here right now. I don't mean it. I don't mean it, Dr. Rhino. I love you. And I think it's a cool idea. But yeah, we're working on some of them Fremen Gene Stealer cultists. Fremen inspired. His Chani sculpt is really, really cool. He's done a lot of custom work on it. Doing a lot of the green stuff work. Working up these cloaks all tattered on the edges. I'm digging it. This is what you were talking about with the pigment powders earlier. I'm very curious what you're going to use for a fixative, because that's something where I've always kind of fallen short when doing pigment weathering. It looks very dusty, which I'm assuming is the goal. And so I'm going to say job well done. Very nicely done, Dr. Rhino. Said he just did a light matte clear. Keep it simple, I suppose. I've overcomplicated it in the past. Very nicely done, Dr. Rhino. I hate sand. You know what? You fucking Matt Yee. He doesn't actually say that he hates sand. Chat, what's the actual line? Somebody here knows. What's the actual line, chat? He doesn't say that he hates sand. You know. Here we have from, oh, it's Matt Yee. Oh, God. Left is a work in progress. My issue is that my style has drifted to a realistic style. Any thoughts on the cartoonish style versus realistic? It's interesting that you asked this, Matt Yee, because this is actually a question that I've grappled with quite a bit in my own painting. I started very cartoonish. And, yeah, that is the difference. Thank you, Data Nerd. He just doesn't like sand. He doesn't hate sand. I started off very cartoonish, and then for a while I drifted realistic. And it took someone pointing it out to me that I was doing it before I realized it, and then I started moving back in the direction of cartoonish and stylized. It's gonna come down to preference, Matt. If you want to know my preference, cartoonish. This is a well-painted figure. It absolutely is. I like a lot of the little subtle details. Here's the thing, though. In my opinion, subtlety doesn't work all that well for tabletop minis. It works well if what you're doing is primarily photography like this, because we can get the full picture. But cartoonish both works well on the tabletop and works well in photography. I think this is the strongest of the two styles. Yes, that is the one, Hidakul. Yeah, what, you can play games with these things? What? Oh my god. I like this. I like your cartoonish style more. I like the bright, vibrant colors. I like the high contrast style. I would say don't leave this behind for minis that you feel it's appropriate on, but if I'm being forced to pick one of the two that I prefer, I love your cartoonish style. I really do. Particularly this group of gobos that you did. They're just lovely. Just threw that mini in the garbage. Well, that was my intent the whole time. You think you can do anything that I don't want you to, Matt? No. You don't have that kind of power. Deal with it. The NMM is hot. It's good stuff. Here we have from Vergaderung. Speaking of hot, I mean his models. Come on, guys. All the numbering is done. All that's left is the Comstar symbols and weathering and static grass. You fucking madman. Look at all this freehand work. He painted a bunch of white mechs and then he freehanded on. This is a flex. This is some kind of ridiculous, nerdy flex right here. And you know what? I feel threatened. Congratulations, Vergaderung. I feel threatened. This is such an effective white. Wait, where is it? Where's the 69? Is there one? Hey! It's on the... I don't remember what this one's called. Oh, shit. The Crockett, thank you. Yeah, the King Crab looks particularly nice. I like the look of the Orion, too, but then I do like this new Orion sculpt. It's a good model. Oh, no, there's a damn fine-looking set of Comstar mechs. I'll accept this Thunderbolt. I don't know. I feel like there's a better Thunderbolt out there that you could potentially print. It's a weird feeling. You might want to look into that. Jesus, Riot Sister. That's... Come on. Yeah. Oh, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. She's... Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, that explains the giggle. Uh-huh, right. Very crispy robots. How you doing, dumb foe? This is a lovely looking set. The Awesome came out particularly well, and the Longbow. This is all very crisp, very effective, good color choices. Love the basing. Are we going to repeat this? We've got some weathering on the legs of the King Crab here, Vergaderung, and I'm not seeing it on a bunch of the others. Was this a failed experiment, or you're going to... Okay, so you're going to go over and do... I think that's going to look good. All the freehand looks amazing. All the freehand looks amazing. This is fantastic. Maybe it's just the regiment effect, as we've discussed before. Maybe I can't see the little mistakes that you know are there, but I'm just going to tell you, this looks fucking fantastic to me, particularly altogether. Well done. Lovely. Lovely work, Vergaderung. When are we going to get to see you stream some more mech painting, my man? Here we have from Nash. Purple Boy. Commando needs work. Found a spot where my primer and paint rubbed through them, so varnish to fix probably. Locust has some fun stuff going on, I think. Primer did that grainy thing, because white likes to blah here in the south. Moisture can be a problem. One of the big reasons I like to get an airbrush was kind of having Dana howl in the back of my head. Ooh, I like how they're angled up. That's a nice touch. Very nice looking Locust 1E coming together here. Probably the best Locust. Of the standard Locust, like if we're excluding the Royal Locust, I think the Locust 1E is probably the most effective of the Locust variants as far as just being generally good and not exploding when you look at it crossways. It'll still explode. It'll still explode, but it won't explode quite as easy. Fuck yeah, magnets. Hell yeah. Yeah, of 3025 Locust, the 1E is the best. Precisely. It looks like a crab and it's called a king crab. Matt Yee, you should see the crab. There's a crab and a king crab and they both look like crabs. They're not the most original design. Ever watched the old show Zoids? I remember when it was on, but I never watched it. The Army reminds you of it? Interesting. Trying to type over a wet palette and bottles of paint? I can think of no more appropriate thing to be doing during this stream. I'm liking the purple. We've got some interesting work going on here as you work it up. As I look closer, it looks like we've got some blue in the shadows. The back of the leg here, kind of like a lavender purple. And then on your highlights, you've worked out to sort of a reddish magenta. I don't know if that's the lighting or if that's on purpose. If that's on purpose, I love it. And push that more because it's striking and I want to see more. It gives the Locust almost like a synthwave look to it. Like I'm kind of getting that synthy vibe from it, particularly when it's put next to this sort of bright school bus yellow-orange, you know? Lovely. Really a lovely looking Locust. Here we have from Kursala. I finished up the gutter segments. They're almost ready for use. I need to paint the wall first, so I don't have a finished picture yet. I just wanted to share these two MVPs of the whole process, a cheap-ass heat gun, and my mom's antiquated handheld FDM machine. Oh, it's a hot glue gun. This is just a bunch of heating machines. A little low-temp hot glue gun. These things are stupid useful. Just stupid useful. The inspiration is synth, then perfect. Because that's the greatest compliment that I can give, then. Is that's what you intended? That's what I'm getting from it. Really, really well done. Heat guns are crazy useful. I actually have one that hangs under the desk to my right pretty much all the time because I use it for a lot of different things. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the final product. Kursala. Speaking of final things, oh, that's an awkward transition, but that is the end of the Storm Report and usually the end of the stream. I'm gonna sneeze. Excuse me. Yes. Let's go ahead and see who's doing what. Who's streaming right now? We could raid Critical Role. No, that's not gonna happen. Megapedia, Commander Mittens, Kale Larson is going. Let me see who else is painting right now. Steep T is doing some painting. Heresy Killer's playing some Battletech. Foxhole. Chaotic Harmony is playing. Bong Barian's rocking some Vampire the Masquerade. Thunderdome Drew is going. It's going to be Commander Mittens, Thunderdome Drew, or Kale Larson. That's a tough choice. I like all these painters. What do you think, guys? Thunderdome Drew, Commander Mittens, Kale Larson. They're all painting Warhammer. Thunderdome Drew is not actually Warhammer. He's doing a creature caster model, doing some true metallic metals. Commander Mittens is painting some butts. And Kale Larson is painting the Queen of Ecstasy? Not a model, but I'm terribly familiar. Let me pop in there. That sounds enticing. Oh, she's doing a good job on it. It's some big, horrible Zinchi thing. Let me see. Commander Mittens is just getting going. And she's doing some pretty good work. We haven't rated her in a little while. Let's do that. All about them butts. Oops, I just made a clip on accident. Nobody watched that clip. It's a bad clip. Let's get that started. Nah, the booties ain't too looty. It's just fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Locust and Gentlemex, thank you all for joining me for tonight's stream. It was a little off. We started a little bit late, and we just kind of did some menial stuff, but I'm glad that I went on anyway because it kept me moving, and we got some tasks done. Thank you for joining me for this. Thank you for sticking around for the trip down memory lane and the reading of my own writing from the 3rd grade, which I didn't know still existed. I hope that you all enjoyed that glimpse into my life. A huge thank you to all of our new followers. We got a number of new follows today. I hope that you guys all enjoyed the stream. We are going to be back Thursday the 28th. I got 3D sculpting with a question mark there. That's going to stay a question mark. I will announce that on the day. We may be doing 3D sculpting. We may be doing painting. We'll see. If we're doing 3D sculpting, it's going to be in ZBrush, and it's going to be on my art tablet. So if that interests you, check it out. Saturday the 30th is Discord movie night. If you're interested in joining us for that, for some Halloween movies, jump into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the Welcome channel, get your movie night tag, then you'll be able to see all that and do some voting. And then Sunday we're going to be doing single figure focus. I'm not sure what we're working on yet because we finished our Priest, but we will figure that out. A huge thank you as always to everybody who participated in the Storm Report and to my amazing mod team. I'm going to go get something to eat. So until next time, keep on painting.